Good morning, race fans. Here we are in Bahrain again for the Formula 4 Saudi Arabia Trophy. Here with me we have Marcello Puglisi. Good morning, Marcello.
Good morning, Luca. Ready to go for this another racing fantastic day. All the drivers already warming up their tire, ready to line up for the second race of this weekend.
Yesterday we had an amazing race, the best way we could ever dream of to start the Formula 4 Saudi Arabia. It was a fantastic fight. We had the lead group fighting from the very beginning of the race until the end of it. How do you expect the race to go today? And I remind everybody that today we have a reverse grid scenario.
Yeah, you're right, Luca. Regarding the starting, there will be a reverse grid, so it means that the driver yesterday maybe were a little bit at the back of the grid, will be starting in the front. So we will see how they will behave in that position. And actually we have a couple of drivers in the front row, because in the pole-seater we will have Faisal Al-Kabani that yesterday had a problem during the start. So he was starting on the left-hand side on the grid. That will be a good situation for him. Try to fight straight away with Suleiman Zamfari, that was the pole-seater from the qualifying. So these two people will be pretty quick from the very beginning, but that we will have a little bit of slower people. So there will be a little bit of a fight straight away from the beginning. Actually, even Amna Al-Kubaisi, that is starting in third position yesterday, at the end of the race was really quick, was coming up really close to the podium. And then Jabor bin Hassan Al-Thani, that is in P4, starting from the second row. Abdulaziz Al-Tayir in fifth position, then in sixth, Omar Al-Walid Al-Durayan. And here we are with the grid.
Yeah, like you said, Faisal starting from pole, Al-Kabani, Suleiman Zamfari, that was our poleman from qualifying, so he has the chance again to be in the first row today. Then Amna Al-Kubaisi, yesterday really fast coming through the field, and especially at the end of the race. And then Jabor bin Hassan Al-Thani in P4.
Fifth position for Abdul Aziz Al-Tayir, that will be starting from the third row. Then we have Omar Al-Walid Al-Durayan and Montego Masin, really quick during the free practice, some issues during qualifying. Kirill Kutskov, that will take the fourth row in 8th position. Federico Arifai, P9 in 10th position. Serger Halmosherji, Oscar Wurz, winner of the first race, 11th, and then Abdulaziz Abdul Nadine, 12th position. Starting from the last position, Hamda Al-Kubaisi, that was really fast yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday Hamda, she was extremely fast trying to get first place. Now we all start from the formation lap. Let's hope that everybody can get away fine from the grid. We have a slow starter at the front. Number 96, Jabor.
I think it's Omar Jabor. Yeah, it's Jabor.
Yeah, we can have all the mechanics to help him to restart the car, so hopefully he can start the race. I just remind that the rule is if you cannot start the car from the formation lap and you are the last to leave the grid, that by regulation you can align, but unfortunately in the last place. Otherwise they have to pull him in the pits and start from the pits, but I'm sure he will join us and start the race. So everybody is warming up the tires. We were saying about Amda. Here we have Jabor coming and joining the field. Unfortunately for him, he has to start from last. So Amda, she's extremely fast at the beginning of the race, trying to get the first position from Suleiman Zanfari, and they had an amazing fight until unfortunately then Amda, she had a little contact and lost the control of the car, and unfortunately she didn't finish the race, and this is why she has to start from the back. So basically we have a reverse grid scenario, but if you don't basically are classified in the final standing of the race, then you cannot have the advantage of the reverse grid. This is by regulation.
So we will have a lot of fast people starting from the back that will try straight away from the very beginning, try to overtake mid-pack people, and we will see how they will try to overtake this track. We've seen yesterday there is a track where you can feel quite a lot the toe of the car in front. Yesterday was a lot more windy than today. Now the situation of the weather, it's quite warm, of course, but it's not as windy like we were seeing yesterday, so we might feel a little bit less the toe of the car, so maybe it will be harder getting an overtake, but this car will have for sure driver to get the good exit. They will try to get the best exit, especially at the last corner. That is where you can take more advantage of the car in front, and of course then there is a really hard braking corner that is T1, where you're shifting down from the 6th gear down to the 2nd gear, so over there is really the right place for overtaking. But actually we have seen even people overtaking after the back straight, winning overtake from Oscar Ruiz. That was actually really nice to see. Was a move on the outside on corner number 11, so we've seen a lot of battles, so we hope that we can still see that fair battle that we have seen all the race long in the race one.
See, yesterday night after the race we had a long review with all the drivers, looking at the videos from all the maneuvers, the overtaking, in order to underline what are the different opportunities for them during the races. So let's see if they get the most out of it. They can learn from yesterday's mistake and yesterday's good actions, and now we are lining up on the grid with Faisal Al-Kabani on pole position and Suleiman Zanfari in second in the first row. Now we have Jabor getting back his position, and we have Omar out of place.
There is a problem, Luca, with I think Jabor took again his position.
Yes.
And Omar was trying to get the position back. So a couple of mistakes over there. They had to stay in a different position. So we are going to have another formation lap.
Yes. I agree, for sure.
From this drone view of the camera, you have two cars too close, and actually the driver didn't have to take the spot of the driver that was not able to take the start. So we'll have another formation lap. We'll see what the race director will decide about this situation here. Extra formation lap for everybody, where Jabor again had the problem at the start, but now there are more drivers that stall. So we'll see if they were able to gain their position, to take back their position on the grid. It's a little bit mixed up now, the lineup of all the drivers.
Just for you to know, in the day before the event, we went through all the practicing for the drivers to understand the different scenarios they could have faced during the race procedure and the start procedure in specific. So they all know and they are aware about what is an abort start and how we have to face an extra formation lap. So everybody now can get his position back. Like Marcello said, we had Jabor trying to go back in his position place, but unfortunately, because he was the last leaving the grid, he wasn't allowed. But there was also another situation where Omar didn't leave the empty space from Jabor, so this is why we ended up in this situation. Anyway, so now we go for an extra formation lap. Let's hope that everybody could restart the car from the grid. Yes, we see from our station that the grid is definitely empty, so everybody is able to rejoin the field. The other thing we have learned from yesterday is that we had, like you said before, a pack racing, and the slipstream maybe today with less wind could change a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see, Luca. Not yet the race will be starting. We will see straight away. We will see if the driver had the same gaining where they are in the top. Actually, it looked like they had the DRS even in this car. Of course, it doesn't have the DRS, but from the outside, it looked like when you were standing in the back, you could gain quite a lot of standing in the toe up to the last moment. Of course, you have to try to not to move until the braking point, otherwise you might lose that slipstream effect. So it's really important for the driver that try to overtake, stay in the toe up to the really last moment, just move on the right, on the left, right before braking. The only problem, if you stay that close, that you might misjudge which is the right braking point. So that is pretty tricky for everyone. I see some cars that are trying to get back their position. The problem that there were 3 or 4 cars that stalled during the extra formation lap, so will be hard even for the race director judge who has to take back his position, who has to stand in the original position.
Okay, so in this case, Jabor is going to get his position back. So if there were any maneuver that the race director can look at, it will be reviewed or during the race or after the race. The important thing is now that everybody can line up in their position and we can have this race started. Here we are again, ready with Faisal Al-Kabani on pole position. Quite experienced driver, really fast, coming from the Gran Turismo, from the GT. And Suleiman Zanfari, he also have some good single-seater racing experience, both in Formula 4 and Formula Regional. Everybody's lined up, ready for the start of the second race of the Bahrain weekend. Green flag on the back of the grid. 2 red lights, 4, 5. And here we go in Bahrain for the second race of the weekend. Great start from Faisal. And also Amna Al-Kubaizi getting a slipstream, trying to get a P2. Zanfari on the inside regains the second position. All 3 wide in the back of the grid with Kirill Kutskov.
Yeah, Kirill didn't have a really good start actually. He was overtaken even by his teammate. Now he's trying to get back his position. Now we are in a fight for the lead where Suleiman Zanfari is taking the lead. The T4 overtaking Faisal that have a really good start. That P1 was trying to maintain his leading position, but actually we had Suleiman that was able to get a really good exit at the corner, T1, T2. And now we are seeing the battle in the back with both the white cars. So Oscar Wurz there, Federico Arifai, they are trying to gaining position, but they are in a fight with Hamda Al-Kubaizi, and now we're seeing a T8 problem for Oscar Wurz that is losing the front wing. Now he have to go back to the pit lane trying to repair the nose of his car. So it's a big shame we lost one of the biggest driver we had in the race yesterday, the winner of the first race of this Formula 4 Saudi Arabian Trophy.
Great move by Zanfari, getting back the first place after yesterday leading most of the race, and he had a move into turn 4. Great stuff from Zanfari, and now he has a chance to try and stretch his lead. While at the back we have seen the fight from the leader of yesterday between Amda and Federico Al-Rifai with Oscar Wurz, that he tried on the inside of Federico, but unfortunately they to the touch. But Faisal is not giving up, and he wants to regain the place back from Zanfari. Is he gonna get the slipstream on the main straight? Zanfari in P1 with Faisal really close, but we have safety car now. Safety car. Safety car.
Safety car in on track. I think the reason for that is there are some debris, maybe where Oscar Wurz were touching the other car. I don't know what happened over there, but T8 seems like the place where something happened. And we have also one car missing, one of the green car, where Abdulaziz Abu Zenada is missing in the back of all the driver that now are lining up behind the safety car. Oscar Wurz is not stopping by the pit lane to change the front wing that is damaged, so might be dangerous for him. Keep going like that, so it's really important him to stop. Maybe he didn't notice yet that he had a problem with the front wing, but there might be a black with the orange dot flag for him sooner or later, and he will have to stop by the pit lane and change in the front wing. So
but
we had Zanfari at the moment leading.
This is not bad for him, because at least now the team can get the wing prepared, and he could be lucky if he stayed behind the pack, and maybe during the lap he can try and restart. I mean, it's not easy not to lose the lap, because for the Formula 4 it takes a couple of minutes to change the full wing, as a different system compared to the quick mountings of the F1 or F2, so he might still lose the lap, but I don't know. For sure he has to try and go back to the pits and maybe be lucky. So in the meantime, car 18 and 96 are under investigation. So 96 is Jabor. Yeah, so now they are expecting Oscar in the pits. They will try and change the wing as quick as possible. So, like I said, we have 18 and 96. 96 is Jabor for the infringement.
Omar, because of the starting grid position was not the right one at the first start, so they might be investigated, and the race director for sure they will come. They will call them and they will try to find out what was wrong with the first formation lap. Let's see if Oscar is going to stop by the pit lane to change.
Let's hope he pits now. He has to do it. He has to. Come on. No, he's not pitting. I mean, he's losing his chance to not lose the lap, because I actually made a mistake, because the fixing I've seen from the video footage from the mountings of the front wing is the quick change, the quick fixing. So it should be a quick change for him. I don't know if he didn't notice maybe the wing that is falling, and because the safety car came in, he didn't have the time to push and feel that the car is actually missing downforce. But
yeah, we have to remember on this championship, the driver doesn't have the connection with the pit lane, so there is no radio. That's why they can't even talk with their engineer that would help them to go back to the pit lane. Now we can see that also at T3 there is the green car that is going back in a safe haven, so that's why the safety car was out. It looked like they almost done, so we might have restart on this lap. Again, who was with us yesterday don't know a little bit the rules of this championship. The organization of the championship, the organizer of the championship really want the driver to race as much as they can. That's why the race director might decide to make the race longer, up to 3 laps, just trying to understand how long the safety car is staying on track, and he will keep the countdown of the race going on until 12th lap to the end, because we had the extra formation lap. That's why the countdown is already 9 laps until the end. So at this moment we still have 7 laps to go, so it means that it will last a little bit longer than what the driver expected right after the first green, because of this safety car. So I hope really soon they will be able to restart with their fight. Yesterday we had a really amazing fight during the whole race. Suleiman Zanfari today took advantage of this first row. He took the lead really straight away from the very first lap. But actually, like you said, Faisal Al-Kabani is not giving up, and Amna Al-Kubaisi, she will try to maintain at least the podium, and I think she's one of the most experienced full driver on the grid. She has really a chance to overtake Faisal Al-Kabani. That it's a really fast driver, but he still had to understand how to deal with the single seater. He has been racing with the GT car, so he had to adapt a little bit his driving way. The way he's driving it a little bit closer to the one of the GT driver. Now he had to get used to a car with less power, less weight, wings, and of course no ABS at all.
So turn 13. So this is the place where the safety car will turn the light off if we are going green next lap. So we hope from a certain point of view they will, but Oscar Wurz shouldn't hope for that. But yes, lights off. The safety car is going back to the pits, so we are going racing again with Suleiman Zamfari in P1 and Faisal Al-Kabani really close to him, ready to go. And Suleiman is now back on power. Faisal second and Amna Al-Kubaisi in third. Quite close. Faisal is in the slipstream. Can he make it? Can he get closer to Zamfari? Here we are.
Oscar Wurz came back to the pit now changing the front wing of his car. Unfortunately, he won't take advantage of the safety car unless there will be another safety car by the end of the race. Now we can see an overtake from the car number 5, Sakir Al-Mosherji. Yesterday was the best rookie on the grid. He was able to get a really good overtake at T1 in the front row. Nothing happened.
Really quick change for the wing, so it's really a shame that he lost a lap too late. And now Sakir is also overtaking Jabor. Jabor is gonna also maybe face a potential penalty for the infringement. Here we have Omar trying also to get close to Jabor.
In the meanwhile, Federico Arifai overtook a couple of drivers. Now he's in 9th position, so where he was starting from the grid. Even for him, the restart of the safety car was a good one. He was able to overtake a couple of cars. Now we can see that there is still a fight in the lead with Zamfari that's still leading, like yesterday, from the corner 9 to 10. He's trying to maintain his position. Now we have also Amna Al-Kubaisi that is trying to maintain the 3rd position, but it's losing a little bit. The first 2 drivers are pulling away, taking a little bit of gap. That will help them to avoid the other people to get their toe. So there is a close fight between position 3rd, where Amna Al-Kubaisi is maintaining the 3rd position 4 and 5. But look like Kirill Kutskov is closing up a little bit the gap with these 3 cars. So we'll see on the main straight, which is the gap between the leader and the second and all the other drivers that are quite close.
Faisal Al-Kabani just made the fastest middle sector. In the meantime, Federico, good overtaking maneuver on Sakir, and they are still in the slipstream and fighting for the position. In the meantime, we have Omar Al-Valed Al-Delayan that is trying on Amna Al-Kubaisi. Can he make it? Breaking the outside. Amna, she's in the inside. Good fight for the 3rd position for the moment. Still fighting Federico with Sakir. And Omar is in P3. Omar is now in P3. Can he make it? No, Amna, she's still in front. And pulling away with Montego Maassen on the outside of Omar.
It's still alive, the fight between Federico Arifai and Sakir Al-Mosherji. They are still trying to get the 7th position at the moment, while over there in the front, Amna were able to maintain his 3rd position. But the fight is alive between Montego Maassen and Omar Al-Delayan.
Good stuff from Montego. Good overtaking. Now he's in P4. So solid start of the race for him. Now he's focusing on trying and get close to Amna Al-Kubaisi. She was in P3 at the beginning of the race, very close to the leading duo, but she might have lost maybe a little mistake that we haven't seen, and now there is a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, I can see that in this lap, Suleiman Zamfari did the quickest lap time, so he pulled a little bit away from Fazal Al-Kabani, that is still quite fast because he's on the 7.3. That is a really good lap time, but in the back there is Federico Arifai that did the best sector overall, so purple for him in the second sector, so it's catching up quite quickly. Kirill Kuskov at the moment is maintaining his sixth position, trying to get close to Montego Massen, that is fighting with Amna Al-Kubaisi and Omar Alderayan, that is at the moment in fifth position, so there is a quite close fight for the last step of the podium, while the two top driver are trying to pulling away. Let's see what they do now when they're passing by the straight on the start and finish line. 7.0 for Suleiman Zamfari, that is still one of the quickest car on track. 7.3 for Faisal Al-Kabani, 7.7 for Amna, that is a little bit slower than Montego Massen, that is trying to close up over Amna Al-Kubaisi. So Montego is trying hard to get this podium. He was one of the quickest driver on the free practice. Then I think he did a mistake during qualifying, but now it's going really fast. He's still trying to maintain his fourth position over Omar, that is overtaking on the outside. What a maneuver over there, T4.
Omar is really aggressive driver, really skilled, especially in the racecraft. Maybe, and he kept the position in P4. Now he was outside for the beginning of the chicane, and now he's inside. Can he keep it stick? Yes, he's closing the door, and we have Kirill Kuskov trying the outside of Montego. Hard fight there. Kirill now is the inside of Maassen, so Maassen from P4 is now down to P6. It's really hard fight here. We have seen Omar that is really good in racecraft, really aggressive in terms of overtaking maneuvers, and now he's back to P4, so good stuff. We've seen again great racing, great fights. Now Kirill in P5 with Federico that is coming up through the field. Really quick again after yesterday podium. Now it's the outside of turn 12. He made it.
Wow, what an overtake on the inside of the second last corner. Rifai in a couple of corners were able to overtake a couple of drivers. Now to have to keep his position, try to close the line over Montego that want to defend what was his field, his position. But Rifai is taking the inside on the outside. Montego Massen, we're arriving at the last corner where Kirill Kuskov is trying to take the toe of these two drivers. We are back on the main straight where Federico Rifai now is in fifth position, overtaking two cars. He's trying to move on the inside. Everybody trying to follow him. I don't know how many cars, like a 4 wide on the main straight. Oh God, this is a nice race. Again on the inside, Federico Arifai, Montego Massen tried to overtake the Italian driver on the outside. He's maintaining the inside. Now we're arriving up to second corner where Montego is able to overtake the Italian driver. There is a problem over there where
Kirill and Saker, they touch each other a little bit in turn 3. With Saker losing a couple of places also to Amda Al-Kubaisi. Actually, they both lost a place to Amda, that she's coming up to, in this moment, to P7.
But the fight is still alive. Rifai now, it's right behind Montego Massen. We're arriving up to T8 where Montego is trying to defend his position. Rifai is going on the outside. He's trying to cross the line and going earlier on power. But now we have a double left-hander, 9 and 10, really technical corner. And unfortunately, Jabor is going back to the pit lane.
Let's hope it doesn't have
He retired the car.
any problems. Yeah, it's all started not so well for him with stalling on the grid, and then after that it wasn't the best race that he was expecting. So in the meantime, Omar Alvaled Aldelayani, he could make a little bit of gap from this group that they were fighting really hard between Montego, Federico, and now Amda also, and the two light blue of Kirill Kuskov and Saker Almo Asherji.
In the meanwhile, look, I was looking at the lap time of the first two cars. So in the last lap, Faisal was a couple of tenths faster than Suleiman, so we might see even a fight for the lead for the really end of the race. Now there are 3 laps to go, so there will be an extra lap from the one you can see on your upper left side. In the meanwhile, we can see there is even an investigation for Kirill Kuskov and Sakir Al-Mosherji. I think where they touched the T2, T3. And still on the inside, Montego Master and Federico Arified on the outside. Now he's trying to overtake the other car. Ooh, what an overtake at T3. Now he's trying to maintain his 6th position at the moment. Arifai 5th, Massen 6th. And this is helping Hamda Al-Kubaisi to get closer to the car in front. Meanwhile, Amna is trying to maintain easily her 3rd position. But more or less, Amna and Omar are doing the same lap time, so she's trying to keep in this 1.7 gap for her over Omar Al-Walid Al-Deriyan. So a really good race for both of them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible that the fastest guy from yesterday, that they are in this group, they are really fighting hard each other. That is not easy for them to go through the pack and basically get near the podium. So I'm just trying to understand if all the drivers the cars are good, or if they had some issues from all the touching and banging wheels of the previous laps, but it looks good for sure with Amda that is getting closer to the duo of Maassen and Federico Al-Rifai.
Again, one more time, purple sector, the sector number 2 for Federico Al-Rifai, trying to close up the gap over Omar Al-Deriyan. We will see how is passing by here at the start and finish line. Suleiman Zamfari in the last 2 laps pulled away a little bit over Faisal Al-Kabani that was trying to catch up a little bit. Now they are really close to each other. Again, 1 second between these 2 drivers. Amna Al-Kubaisi did over the last lap, the quickest lap for her, so he's catching up actually over Faisal Al-Kabani and Suleiman Zamfari. Really good job for her that yesterday struggled a bit during the end of the race, but now it's going really quickly over the last part of this wonderful race where Suleiman Zamfari took the lead after her first lap and still maintaining the lead over Faisal Al-Kabani. 3rd position for Amna Al-Kubaisi. Omar Al-Deriyan in 4th position, Federico Al-Rifai in 5th, and then Montego Massen in 6th position. 7th position for Hamda Al-Kubaisi and Sakir Al-Mosherji. 8th position at the moment. 9th position for Kirill Kuskov, and closing the top 10, Abdulaziz Al-Tair.
Yeah, the top 4 are basically now in the same pace. They have a little bit of distance in between themselves, but they are on the same pace with Amna and Omar, that they previously lost a little bit of gap, but if they didn't in that phase and they didn't fight each other so hard, they could have been also in the fight of the lead, because actually the lap times are very similar. The fastest of the 4, the last lap, it was Omar Al-Walid with a 2.69, and then Federico behind is a couple of tenths faster, but the gap now is more than 2 seconds from the top 4 to the second group, so it's gonna be impossible to fill the gap in such a short time.
Another really good sector, the first actually the purple, so the best overall, and a really good second sector for Omar Al-Walid Al-Deriyan that is catching up really quickly over Amna Al-Kubaisi. Now all of them are passing by the main straight. In the meanwhile, we can see that there is a fight that is still alive between Montego Massen and Federico Al-Rifai, that is for the fight for the 5th position, where the Italian driver now is in 5th and Montego in 6th position. 6.5 for Omar, really quick lap time for him. He's catching up really quickly all the other cars. He gained on this lap 5th, 10th over Amna Al-Kubaisi. And we can see now there is still a fight alive between Federico RFI Montego Masso and maintain the fifth position. RFI, that doesn't help him to catch up, well, actually both of them, to catch the car in front of them. Another track limit warning for cam number 52, that is the leader of the race, Suleiman Zafari, where we are going now to the final lap of the race, so will be really important for him. Don't go anymore over the track limit, otherwise there might be a penalty for him.
See, let's explain. Basically, you have track limits opportunities over the race, and when you have after that a warning, it means like for the next one you could have you will have a 5-second penalty, and that's automatic. So we have an automated system with live cameras that they are inspecting all the track limits. So in this case, you also have a little bit of a gap now, because Al-Kabani must have had a little mistake. So Faisal must have done a mistake, because now Suleiman is quite safe in his first position in the final lap, with Amna Kubaizi now very close to Faisal in the very last lap. She could have a very last opportunity if she comes out really quick from this corner. And Faisal, yeah, was a little bit with understeer onto the curb, so it's the very last opportunity for Amna. At the moment, both of them are in the podium position, with Faisal closing the line and trying to defend. But there is still a little bit of a long way from the last corner to the finish line. So let's see, and Faisal in P2 with Suleiman Zamfari, winner of today's race, race 2 of the Formula 4 Saudi Arabia Trophy. Great job from Zamfari. But on the podium with him, Faisal Al-Kabani and Amna Al-Kubaizi. Great job today. Yesterday, really unlucky. And P4 for Omar Al-Valed Al-Dalayan. Really quick towards the end of the race after a fierce fight. Unfortunately, we have to remind that Omar, alongside with Jabor, they are under investigation for the starting procedure infringement. In the meantime, everybody is going to have their cool lap. Another exciting race again today. Really, with I would say the level of the drivers being really even and equal. Again, also between position 5 and 6, really close fight between Federico Al-Rifai in 5th, Montego Massen in 6th, and then Abda Al-Kubaizi P7, Saker Al-Muasherji P8, Kirill Kutskov position 9 after a fight and a little bit of banging wheels also with his teammate Saker, and P10 for Abdulaziz Al-Tayyar. So, thank you everybody for being with us. It's been another second race of the weekend with, you can see also a little bit of tire mark on the side pod of Federico. Could have been the mark that he had from the touch with Oscar Wurz. Let's talk about Oscar for a moment. Oscar, he was also in the fight with Federico and Dabda at the beginning of the race. They had a touch in turn 8 between the two teammates, and after that Oscar had damage on his front wing. Unfortunately, probably he couldn't have spotted the problem on the wing. He couldn't see that he had damage, so he had the opportunity to pit during safety car, and that would have given him the opportunity to rejoin the field and still fight from the back of the field and try and gain some position. While he pitted one lap too late, and when he was already going to green, and in this situation, then he lost a lot of gap and is now in pits. Think saving tires for his next race. We can hear happy people and people shouting for the very first win of Suleiman Zamfari. Like he said yesterday, he was on pole position and he was hoping and waiting for the first win of his life, and today it arrived. A really, really happy guy, really happy. Definitely well deserved after the pole position, after leading the pack for a few laps yesterday, more than a few laps actually, most of the race, and today he led from the first lap to the end of the race. He must be really happy, like we have seen, climbing up the top of the car. Here we are with Marcello Puglisi and Suleiman Zanfari, really happy. So let's hear from Suleiman what he has to say. He will explain to us how he's feeling to finally win the first win of his career. Peter Thompson, the promoter of the championship.
Suleiman Zanfari, the winner of the second race of the Formula 4 trophy. What a nice move during the first start. Suleiman, can you explain how did it happen?
Well, I got an okay start, then I had to get to P2 because there was a car right alongside me. I did a good T1, then I catch him up down to the turn on the back straight to T4, and I went for the move. I tried to keep focus, no mistakes. Had a good safety car restart, and I'm very glad of my performance. We've got some things to improve, but I'm very confident for the next race, and we'll give it our absolute max, and we never give up. And I would like to thank my coach Adrian David, my physical trainer Gabriel Vieira, my father for his help all my career, and also I'm very proud as a Moroccan and an Arab driver to win in F4.
Congratulations to him, man. Really good job.
Yeah, we could hear definitely.
Here we are.
Really happy Suleiman Zanfari. A little emotional, I would say, also thanking his family and the people around him, helping him out through the career and the course of the weekend. We are ready also with other interviews after the winner, Suleiman Zanfari, and we have to hear from from Marcello what he has to say with another interview. Also, Suleimani mentioned being a Moroccan and an Arab driver, how important he is for him, and he's proud. Let's go for an interview.
Faisal Al-Kabani, what a wonderful race, second place. Actually, at the end of the race, you were really fast. Can you explain us?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to congratulate Suleiman. He did a fantastic job. He was very consistent. I tried to put some pressure on him throughout the race, but I made a few mistakes that didn't let me close the gap. I just started to focus on my own race towards the end of the race, focus on my own braking points and try to close the gap and not to worry about Suleiman, which is probably how I was catching him a bit and keeping consistent lap times, but ultimately mistakes costed me.
Yeah, what happened in the second sector, the last lap?
I lost the rear in turn 10, and completely lost the car, almost lost the car into a spin. I had a lot of pressure from the cars behind me, so forgot Suleiman, looked in my rear view mirrors and tried to keep it on the track for the last 3 corners.
Yeah, good job, Fazal. Congratulations.
Also really happy, Faisal, it is P2. Great stuff from him, started on pole position. And interviews again. Oh, here we are, the classification. Suleiman Zanfari, P1. Faisal Al-Kabani, second position. Amna Al-Kubaisi, great podium finish for her. Only 2/10 of a second behind Faisal. Omar Al-Waled Al-Drayan, P4, really fast towards the end of the race. Federico Rifai, yesterday on the podium, today P5, after the fight at the beginning of the race. Montego Masten, really close to Federico after a fierce fight. Amd Al-Kubaisi, up to P7 after starting at the back of the grid. Saker Al-Muasherji, P8, really fast rookie, yesterday on the podium as well. Kirill Kutskov, P9, karting OK world champion, great talent. And P10, we close the top 10 with Abdulaziz Al-Tayyar. Again, P11 for Oscar Wurz, unfortunately, wing damage for him. Jabor being Hassan Al-Thani. 12, and Abdulaziz Abudeze Nada. We had again another great race today, and we had very happy people also on the podium, and we had amazing fights through the race. Great race again. So Marcello, how were the feelings down the pit lane?
Well, it was really easy to see how Suleiman was happy after what happened yesterday for him, that was leading the race almost up to the end, and then a mistake for him, and then a lot of battle going on. So he was, of course, really happy about that. You heard that he was saying thanks to all the people that are supporting him, really professional driver. So he will start, I think, even in pole position for the third race, so will be another chance for him to be on the podium again. And then Faisal, what a great race for him. He did a really big mistake in the last lap, but actually his consistency was really good. I think he was one of the fastest cars on track. His lap time is really close to the quickest people on track. So it means that he is closing the gap from the day one, where he was struggling a lot with the brake, with the car and so on. Now he's getting closer. You can see that through the training days that we had on day one up to the last race of the day. I think all the field will be within 1 second.
And could you see Amna, was she happy about the race? She wanted to win. What do you think?
Well, for sure, she was really happy about her race, but I believe that she was hoping for something more. She had the pace, especially at the end of the race, to overtake the car in front of her. So we saw through the last part of the race how the people maybe that were trying too hard at the beginning were a little bit conserving their tires at the end, because they were really at the limit. So really good job from the people from third up to fifth position. And even Omar, what a race at the end for him. Omar Aldebayan had a really good pace.
I met Omar when we were testing in Malaysia with the previous generation of the Formula 4, and he's a very talented, very skilled guy. He has a lot of natural talent and car control, and I think filling the gap with the experience and the knowledge that all the team can transfer to him during the season, I'm sure we will see him improving very quickly, because definitely the natural talent is there.
But he was the only one that on the last lap was able to manage a lap time below the 2:07 flat. So a really good job for him, and his quickest lap time is the second quickest over the whole grid. So it's really closing the gap. I mean, he started testing just 1 day later than the other people, so that for sure doesn't help a lot to be as fast as the other were during the quali. But I believe he's doing a really good job.
So what about, you think, between the fight and Federico and Montego Maassen? They arrived very close also.
Yeah, they were fighting really to the end. I believe both of them were trying to hide at the beginning, so that's why their lap time at the end was not as quick as the people in front. Actually, they were closing up over Faisal and Amna as well, but Omar was a little bit faster than the three cars in front of him. So, when you're starting from the back, it's not easy overtaking, and takes a lot to get the good pace overtaking slow car in front. So for them was a little bit trying to close the gap at the beginning.
So we are ready with the podium with Amna Al-Kubaisi in third position. First podium for her in the championship. And we have Rad presenting the trophy. Thank you, Rad, from Bahrain. And second position for Faisal Al-Kabani. Great race for him. And a very happy Suleiman Zamfari. Extremely happy. With Peter Thompson and his partner, Rad, presenting the trophies. Second race of the Formula 4 Saudi Arabian Trophy. And the first rookie is for Omar Al-Walid Al-Derrani. Amazing race for him. Montego Massen is also on the podium. And Saker Al-Mosherji for the rookies also. We have the winner of the second race of the first round of Formula 4 Saudi Arabian Trophy, and the top three rookies as well. What a podium, what a podium. Really experienced, mixed group of drivers of slightly different age, different experience, different background, and coming from all over the places around the world.
Yeah, of course, we have people from Europe, people from, of course, the Saudi. We have people coming from Asia. We have really a grid that is with a big variety of experience and nationality. Just regarding the third race of this weekend will be starting at 1 o'clock, so don't forget that you can meet us again at 1 o'clock local time. Yeah, of course. So be connected and try to figure out where you are trying to connect to our broadcast. Don't lose the third race of this race weekend, and then we'll have the fourth race of the season that will start at 3:30.
Thank you very much, everybody, for being with us with the second race of the F4 Saudi Arabian Championship, and see you later for the third race of the weekend.
Audio check. Test, test. Ready? Let's go. Ready for a new era
of racing in the Middle East.
6 rounds of competition. More excitement.
Let out into the new season.
We are the first generation.
Ready to get started.
We are
the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East.
Good morning, everyone. Great that you're with us wherever you're watching this live stream. We say hello from beautiful Bahrein. It's a Saturday, it's a race day again, and as you can see, the conditions couldn't be better. We have 22, and it's with me again, the head and promoter, as you can see. In the graphics, it's Robert Lechner, who's joining us. Good morning, Robert, and great to have you here again. And when we look back, we had an action-packed day already yesterday, and yeah, to summarize it, it was just another amazing day of racing here in the Middle East.
Yeah, absolutely, and good morning also from my side. Good morning, Eric. Good morning, everyone here on track, and also good morning online. Nearly lunchtime here, so 11:43, 2 minutes to go before we start qualifying number 2 of this weekend for round 2 of the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East. As you see, the drivers are getting ready. I want to say Happy National Day, because we have the 16th of December today here on Saturday. So Happy National Day to everyone. It's great to be here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Thanks for having us. It's our second home here in the Middle East for the championship and for the series since it started in 2009. And for the first time ever now as a Carrera Cup, yeah, we saw race number 3 of the season yesterday, and today basically race number 4. So super excited seeing Khalid Al-Ahmadi here sitting in his GT3 Cup car for Team Saudi Racing, getting ready, our former GT4 champion. So just to explain, we usually also had GT4 cars as long as we were a sprint challenge. Now being a Carrera Cup, there's only the 911 GT3 Cup car on the grid.
But as we mentioned yesterday already, in 3 different classes, we have the Pro class, the Pro-Am, and the AM, the, as you always say, the ambitious class. So tell us a bit more about the series, about the classes that are involved.
Yeah, as we can see, the cars are lining up to exit the pit lane, so soon the lights will turn green with a couple of seconds to go. And there's 15 cars on the grid this weekend, so therefore we have basically 7 pro guys, so that are all the youngsters, I would say, coming from a professional racing background. Is it international karting? Is it single-seater racing? Or already the Carrera Cup? For example, our yesterday's winner, Theo Oberhaus, he is the rookie champion of the Porsche Carrera Cup in Germany. We're also happy to have his boss here present, Hurui Isaac. He's here to visit us, so big shout out to him as well.
Here we see his car, the number 34, Theo Oberhaus.
And he's about to get ready too, so you can see drivers are, he was very late to go out yesterday. It seems like drivers are now getting out a bit earlier.
That's true. Yesterday we saw the AM class for 20 minutes, and also Søren Spreng was very early on track, but the fast guys waited until the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, you were asking me about the classes, so that's a good example. If we see the first 2 cars with Cedric Chazang and Søren Spreng that are now entering the track, and they're basically both racing for Team GP Elite. They are also both competing in the Pro-Am class, yeah? So you see here the wonderful and colorful car of Søren Spreng, the blue and yellow machine. We have here Leo Willard in the 63 car, the arts car. So everybody's using the same car, but only in our AM category, the drivers are allowed to work with ABS and traction control.
So this is no must. They can decide.
Exactly. It's not mandatory. It's not an obligation. It is actually a recommendation that you can use ABS and traction control to get used to the GT3 Cup car, to the 911, where the engine is sitting in the rear. The car is really heavy at the rear and quite light at the front. So it's a beautiful car, but also a really difficult car to drive. With all the camber that you have on this car, especially front camber, it's super difficult to brake without the ABS.
And I think we have to point out that the performance of one young man yesterday was, even when he was a little unlucky in that race, was the performance of Charlie Woods, a young guy, 18 years old, who had his first race in such a car and just came from Formula 3, where he had also his debut, and his debut were in the streets of Macau, maybe one of the most challenging racetracks, and then coming here and to fight with these specialists in a sophisticated machine like the GT3. Quite amazing story so far that he's riding.
We definitely have more runoff area here when you can see these nice pictures and overview.
Well, that's not difficult in comparison
I have no personal Macau experience.
Here we see his car.
Here we see the car of Charlie Wood. Thank you to our director. So the number 7 car. And as you've said, Eric, completely right. He basically jumped out of an F3 car, which is way lighter, more aero, where you can see the front wheels not just turning, you can also see them braking or when they lock up. So good job by Charlie to come here, sit in that car that's really comparably heavy for him. But also it's important to, in my opinion, it's important to also collect GT experience, because in the future you never know where your career is taking you. And there are way more jobs in GT racing, in Le Mans racing, in prototype racing than in Formula 1, for example, where you only see 20 cars and 10 teams, and in average most of the drivers stay there for many years. So therefore definitely way more jobs in the GT world of motorsport.
And it's some kind of a Woods weekend, because his brother Oscar is racing here in the Formula 4. They just had a race, and I think he had a little issue, a little accident. So I just met Charlie before the session. He said, "Oh, I have to check how my brother is doing. I think he's in the medical center for a little check, something with his hand, but it should be okay." And
it's cool to have the Woods boys here anyway. I said it yesterday. It's a long friendship and relationship to Alex. I hope he's watching us online. So also hi to you, Servus Alex.
Switching into Austrian.
And I must also say Oscar won his first race yesterday. So the very first race ever in the Saudi F4 Championship, so the trophy race this weekend, was won by Oscar Wood, so the younger brother of Charlie. So yeah, these two guys are for sure two Austrians to watch in the future.
So that also put some pressure on Charlie. Maybe winning is a really difficult task when we see these fast young men like Flint Schuring with his silver livery. He's the younger brother of Maurice Schuring, who was competing in the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup last season, and he was also a competitor you were racing against with your Super Cup team. And I think we can say that the Schurings also are a very competitive motorsport family.
Flint is very talented. We're happy to have him here in the championship, as you said, the younger brother of Maurice. But I want to focus my talking about Flint because he does an amazing job with his age, coming here on his own with his friend Bart, who's basically looking after him, and being so young and basically not yet experienced enough. That's big respect from my side, big compliment to do all the traveling, to do all the organization. So I would say super professional kid already, super fit. And this is the young generation of racing drivers, the upcoming drivers, you know. They don't just only have the talent and the speed and the interest, they also take care of their fitness, of their preparation, what they eat before a test day or during a race weekend. So yeah.
Well, same like us.
Say again, sorry?
Same like us.
No, I was completely different.
But tell us a little bit. I mean, we're seeing many cars on track right now, but the times will drop a lot. So we have a little bit of time to talk about what a young driver needs to have to be capable of doing a season like in your team in the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup. What are the characteristics you're looking for when you're looking for a new driver?
Yeah, well, we see Flint going for fastest sector times right now. Also good to see him staying within the track limits, because here in my position as the head and promoter of the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East, Of course, I want everyone to be safe in the first place. I want everyone to enjoy themselves. But of course, also on the other hand side, I have to be super fair and neutral. But mainly these young guys, I really want them to do well because they come here to train. You know, they come here to train exactly for what you were just saying, for racing in Europe, or like we have Jackson Walls here from Australia. They come here to train over winter time under perfect conditions, in a great environment, with professional teams. So they're basically coming here to prepare themselves for the upcoming summer season. If it's Carrera Cup, if it's Super Cup. And to answer your question, definitely you need to have, like if you see Theo now, you definitely need to have a bit of everything. You know, it's not just only the speed and the talent. I would summarize the word instinct, you know. It's so difficult to describe instinct, but instinct is a bit of everything. You need to have the instinct where to position your car in qualifying to go for a fast lap. You also need to have the instinct on the start, you know, not to be too nervous. You need to have instinct when it comes to overtaking. So we talk a lot about speed, we talk a lot about talent, but I would really summarize it. And if you compare it to Max Verstappen, there's no other driver out there in F1 who has his kind of instinct to do always the right thing, no matter if it's a free practice session, a qualifying session, a race session, if he gets spun around, if he needs to come from the back, if he needs to plan a pit stop. And yeah, that's something they also have to learn, really. And the sooner they start and the more they drive, the better it gets at the end of the day.
Well, and for sure, I guess we are seeing so many young, talented drivers. It's how fast they can adapt to a certain situation, what potential they have to get these finishing touches, to be in a position to fight also for championship titles.
That's a very difficult question to answer, Eric. It also depends a lot on age, because, you know, if somebody's 16, like Janez Diak, the youngest driver we have here, he's not on track yet. He finished second yesterday. He even went into the lead. He had a better start off the line compared to Theo Oberhaus, who is here in the DHL team. And Flynn Schuring, who was P3 yesterday. So these super young guys, they make big steps, you know, from every year. They get older, they improve in big steps, which is nice, and which is also a good reason why it's important to start early. So being 16 years, coming from karting directly into a Porsche 911 Cup car, you know, a car that costs around 250,000 euro compared to a car that costs around 5,000 euro. It not just adds a lot of weight when you compare the two vehicles, it also adds a lot of responsibility.
Here we see Paul Spooner. He's responsible for the Saudi racing team. And I think in the back that was Charlie Woods who was preparing. There's no lap from Charlie so far. He hasn't been on track.
Yeah, we keep following Theo. He's coming already to the last sector. There's one more corner to go. So the nearly 90-degree right-hander leading on to start and finish. He has an overall best sector 2. As we see Colin Benninghausen for his Fire racing team. He's leading right now, but I guess Theo now, he's not quite, he's matching the lap time. As I can see on my timing screen, he's crossing the line in P2.
That's a blink of an eye between those two drivers, Colin Benninghausen and Theo Oberhaus.
Yeah, wow. It's like 9,000ths of a second or 100ths. So we can see differently on our timing screen here. I'm sorry for that online. We always have a bit of a delay in here. But on our online monitor, it's Colin Benninghausen leading ahead of Theo Oberhaus, Flynn Schuring in P3. And then we already have the first Pro-Am car, Ahmed Al-Shehab from Kuwait in P4.
Who also had an amazing race yesterday, the man from Kuwait Racing. So here we see Charlie Woods. He's preparing. No lap time so far from the young man from Austria who just turned 18 in December. And I'm sure he had a little chat with his brother Oscar and now is preparing for his qualifying. He finished 5th in the race yesterday. Had a flat spot right after qualifying, and kind of difficult race for the young Austrian yesterday. But so far it's still Lin Schuring fastest in this session. As we see Klaus Böninghausen, this is the father of the fast young man who will be competing in the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. His father just told me, well, his target is not being overlapped. That's definitely something he wants to achieve in that race. I mean, it's still great to have him here because, of course, he's lacking so much experience, haven't been in a cup car for quite a long time, but nevertheless, he's also ready to compete and he's enjoying his time very much in the car.
Yes, and I was happy to see him on the podium yesterday, and I said we need more fathers like him, really, coming to enjoy themselves, but also taking it really serious. And I must say it's not that easy. It's not just like coming, arriving, jumping in the car, driving this car. It's very demanding, it's physically demanding, and it adds a lot of stress. So a big respect and shout out to all our drivers. Now we see Leo Willard, for example. If I look here, he's in P10. So yeah, we have Klaus in P11. So big respect by everyone. And on a completely different note, I just received a text message from Sheikh Jabba. He's missing us here, and we wish him to get well soon for a speedy recovery. So he's watching our live stream from back home. So big best regards on your National Day, and we're happy to be here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. We expect some amazing fireworks later on tonight, I've been told. So yeah, always great to be here. And we will be again here in the championship for round number 5 together with F1 when the F1 season kicks off in March. So it's March the 2nd. Our championship has 6 rounds, for those who don't know. So after this one, after round 2, we will move everything to the UAE to race in Dubai, so the Dubai Autodrome, and in Abu Dhabi also at the amazing Yas Marina facility. And then to come back to our second home here to the Kingdom of Bahrain for F1, and to close the season finally again together with F1 as a support event in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the fastest street circuit at Jeddah. So yeah, some more exciting events and races coming up in the new year starting from 24.
Yeah, great venues, and as you mentioned, together with F1 for sure, for every driver, every team, something very special, but also to kick off the season here in Bahrain with the WEC, and that night race of Friday evening was just an amazing event. How was the feedback so far that you got from the kickoff of the season?
From our kickoff?
Yeah.
I mean, most important is Porsche gives us a great product. So due to our long relationship with Porsche, this is season number 15 already in the region. So we have 20 brand new cars here in the region. So the 911 GT3 Cup car, already model year 24, as we see Leo Willard. In the 63 Arts car for his team Heizer Monkeys, his band. So they're always following us online as well. So best regards to everyone in the band. And having those cars and having all the logistics in place, all the equipment, the spare parts, it's so important. Once round 1 has kicked off, everything is in the region. And then we just need to make sure that we move it within the region, within the countries. And definitely for us now, yes, Christmas is the only time where we can relax a little bit. But in the background, there's a lot of stuff going on to move everything from A to B. Well, in this case, from B to D, which is Bahrain to Dubai.
And it will be a double header, Dubai and Abu Dhabi. So a packed, action-packed race weekend in January in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East. And now it's Charlie Woods leaving the pits, as we still have Colin Böninghausen on provisional pole position so far. Second, it's Theo Overhaus, the youngest DTM guest starter we have in the history of the DTM. And Flint Schuring, second row on the grid. As you mentioned, Ahmed Al-Shihab, the man who is competing in the Pro-Am class. He's on 4th position so far, ahead of Jackson Walls, the young man from Australia, who was second last season in the Porsche Carrera Cup Australia. And this, as you mentioned, one of the 3 AM drivers, Leo Willard. For the team Heizer Monkeys, as you mentioned, his band. He's a drummer like you. So you're sharing the same passion.
We're sharing the same passion, but Leo is a way better drummer than I am. I'm more the drama boy than the drummer boy. No. So you see Janne Stiak warming up tires. We see Charlie Wood. So basically the guy on P2 yesterday, Janne, he already scored his first podium when we were here a month ago in November. And then we see the 2 Saudi cars. So also Paul Sponer. And he has young support with Florian Janitz as an engineer this weekend. So yeah, we see everyone now leaving. We see Ahmed Al-Shihab coming back on. He was already out, but he was in the pits maybe to make a change. He's still in P4. So great and important to mention. Jackson was in P5. Leo Willard improved his lap time to currently stand in P6. But we will see the lap times dropping now, while Klaus is already dropping his helmet. So we will see the lap times dropping in the last 10 minutes, the last remaining minutes of this session. But he looks happy. That's important. Klaus looks happy, so well done. Well done to him.
Job is done. Preparing already now for the race. As we see Janne Stiak, as you mentioned, the youngest young gun we have in the field, 16 years old. And his coach here is the 2-time Porsche Super Cup champion Larry Tedforde, who's taking care of him. Told that story yesterday. I had a little chat with Larry, who told me they went together to a boot camp, just testing boundaries, and was a kind of team building. They spent 2 weeks ago. They spent a day somewhere in the woods. Must have been quite challenging. But it seems like Larry really helps the young man from Germany a lot in finding the right rhythm, the race weekend, which is, I think, for the young guns very important to be right at the spot at the right time.
Yeah. But you know, they're coming from karting, so they basically know the feeling of being a bit nervous before qualifying, warming up your tires. It's just a different ball game, or let's say a different racing car when you add the weight of such a car.
The winner from yesterday, Theo Overhaus, in the yellow and red DHL car. The rookie champion of the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, Cédric Chanson. The Frenchman in the GP Elite team from the Netherlands. And I think we have to mention that for the teams that are here competing in the series, like GP Elite, and in the past we have seen so many like Huber Racing, they are all using the opportunities to just get these finishing touches for a season in Europe, and just have the opportunity to get so much mileage here that no other venue in Europe can deliver. Janne Stiak preparing for a fast lap. he told me he's a big fan of Kevin Estre, the Porsche factory driver, who was also here competing in Bahrain when we had the season opener here with the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East. For sure in the factory team with the Porsche 963. And they had the last race in the WEC. Seven minutes to go, and it's still Colin Bönninghausen, who is on provisional pole position. The young man who was a little unlucky yesterday, had a lock-up in turn 6 in the race and lost a few positions. In the end, he finished the race on P4, but for sure, Colin Bönninghausen also came here to got his first victory, to clinch the first victory in the Carrera Cup Middle East here, preparing for a season in the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany as well. With 2 personal best sector times, and he's on provisional pole position so far. Fastest time for the young 16 years old man from Germany, Janis Diak, as we see Theo Overhaus trying to fight back. So Robert, that's amazing to see.
It's a nice shot.
Janis Diak
like the
there.
drone shots, really.
But as we mentioned, it's the youngest man on the grid on provisional pole position.
Let's see what the sector times are saying. Theo is not quite finished, but maybe they cancelled his lap time because it's gone from the screen. It was removed from the screen. I see Flint Schuring now on this screen, at least on our screen here, doing the fastest lap time, so sorry.
Yeah, we have to apologize one more time. But
it seems like we have a delay on the online stream, so sorry for those of you who are following online if we are here. That's why I was a bit quiet now for the last couple of minutes. So obviously here being on site, we have the screen of all the lap times. And yeah.
And what we can see is that this man fought back. He's on provisional pole position again. Theo Overhaus, the man who was winning the race yesterday, the man who is leading in the championship, who won the very first race in the history of the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East.
Yeah, he managed to put all his sectors together, really, Eric. You see, overall best
purple.
sector 1, overall best sector 2, overall best sector 3. And this is what racing is about, no matter if in F1, in F4 or here. It's all about getting the sectors together, and his last lap time was also the fastest lap time. And he's again improving on his first sector, so as I said before, he's not quite finished yet. I doubt that the tires will basically allow him, especially in sector 2, with all his tight corners coming downhill now into the right-hander, shifting to second gear, making sure you have both hands on your steering wheel, don't go too far on the exit, shifting up third gear, fourth gear, and then a bit of braking down into the left here again, back to second gear, easy to lock up here on the left, looks really nicely. But let's see what the second sector will tell us. At least I can see he's still pushing, but he already is on pole. Honestly, I don't know if that's so clever because he needs to use the same tires late in the race. So he's in pole by quite a big margin. I don't see a reason for him to push that hard unless he doesn't know. He's maybe not happy. He wasn't maybe happy with his first lap, but I can see him improving in his second sector. So let's see now. He's staying within the white line, so he's not doing any track limits here as far as I can see. And he wants to improve the time, but that would be amazing because he already managed to do 2:0.2. And everyone who is following us knows that if you go on a 2:01, which would be 2/10 faster, that's probably the fastest lap time we've ever seen around here.
Yeah, but he didn't manage to do it in the third sector. But still an improvement. It's more than half a second. He's in the lead.
Ahead of this young man, Janis Diak. I know his parents are watching from home, so wishes to Germany. Good job again for the two Germans. And there's Colin Benninghaus, a third German, before our Flying Dutchman in P4, Flint Schuring, and an Austrian in P5, an Australian, Jackson Walls in P6, and the first Pro-Am driver again from Germany and Team Chip Elite, Søren Sprang in P7.
So we have the Saudi guys, so we can see a very international grid.
Yeah. And also now the insert is correct again, so thanks to our director. And yeah, there's a internet transmission going on in the background that somehow can cause a delay. But we are great to receive those drone shots and great pictures. Colin Benninghaus P3 for Fire Racing in the number 55 car. So he's also a man to watch, not just for a podium.
As I said, had a difficult race yesterday, but managed.
Yeah, he just came fastest in Sector 1, so overall fastest. But if you're in Sector 1, is basically breaking down the straight. Sector 2 is where the lap time is. Sector 3 is where the lap time is. And when the tire wear is going down, it's impossible to improve in Sector 2 and Sector 3. So his last lap time was not really improving, but we saw Flint Schuring improving to jump to P3 in the number 16 car for Central European Racing. So a car that is prepared by Lechner Racing as well. He's in P3 now.
Which means that Colin lost the position.
Yeah, but also very good lap times, jumping below the 2:03 with an exact time of 2 minutes, 2 seconds and 950 thousandths of a second. So there's 4 guys now who managed to jump below the 2:03, and now the checkered flag is out as well. So the session is finished. All drivers like Basha Madini currently in P11, so that makes him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, P5 in the Pro-Am standings. So
well, you won't be happy with that, I think. Expected a bit more, but as you mentioned, they have to manage the tires also for the race, which is very important.
I see a good job by Khaled Al Ahmadi for Saudi Racing and Saudi Al Saud for Saudi Racing, because they're finishing P2 and P3 in the Pro-Am. They're very close together, so I expect an interesting race and a close fight in the Pro-Am category for the podiums. So good to see our former GT4 champion Khaled Al Ahmadi. They are in P2, P8 overall, and it's also good to see our last year's GT3 rookie champion Saud Al Saud in P3. Then we have Khaled Al Ahmadi, the man from Kuwait, who keeps racing all summertime in Germany, so definitely he has the most experience because he was doing the German Carrera Cup. Then we see Basha Madini, a man who's living in Dubai. So yeah, all close together. And Leo Willard, big shout out also to Leo Willard. He's leading the AM category.
Wow, that's amazing.
That's amazing. The fastest lap time he has ever done around here with a 2:05. Just a blink of an eye, I would say 200ths of a second ahead of the Italian driver Sebastian Gorger, and then again Klaus Bönninghaus. So yeah, Leo Willard, pole position in the AM category, Søren Sprang pole position in the Pro-Am category, and again another pole position for Theo Overhaus in the Pro category.
Amazing job by Leo Willard, as you mentioned, because Sebastian Gorger, he won the race yesterday in a very dominant way. It seems like the Austrian found some time.
And most important for me as a championship organizer, all cars are in one place. They're all in one piece. So we had no excited, let's say, wait until everyone is in the pit lane really. But so far there was no excitement. We didn't even see a big or massive spin. So all cars will be on the grid later on when we're racing here.
2:15 local time. So it's -2 in Central Europe and -3 in the United Kingdom. We'll be back with the second race of the weekend here in Bahrein.
Yeah, it's lunchtime in Austria, so around lunchtime in Austria and Germany and all over Europe really. And yeah, will be interesting to see how Jannis Diak gets off the line today. He had a better start yesterday, so remember he went into the lead yesterday. There wasn't a good start by Theo. Then I also see Flint Schuring in a good position because he's on the racing line on the left. So definitely he has the best view to watch what the front row is doing. He will have Colin Bönninghausen next to him and our experienced single-seater racer Charlie Woods in row 3, sharing row 3 together with Jackson Walls.
Yeah, that will be an exciting race again today, and we're already looking forward to that. When we will be back, here we see the classification. As you mentioned, it's Theo Overhaus, the young man from Germany, with his second pole position that weekend here in Bahrain, ahead of Jannis Diak, the youngest man, 16 years old, and as you mentioned, the Flying Dutchman, you said, Flint Schuring, on third position, ahead of Colin Bönninghausen, and Charlie Woods, the young talent from Austria, on fifth position. Australia, Jackson Walls on sixth position, and the fastest man in the Pro-Am class on seventh overall. It's Søren Sprang, ahead of the two Saudi racing driver Khaled Al-Ahmadi and Saud Al-Saud. Ahmed Al-Shehab, who already did a great job yesterday on 10th, and I'm sure we will see a great fight again in the Pro-Am class, as you mentioned, as we continue with Bashar Madini on 11th, Cedric Chazon from GP Elite in 12th, Leo Willard, who won the AM qualifying. Great result for the man from Austria, ahead of Sebastian Gorger and Klaus Bönninghaus. So we've seen, again, a very competitive field this morning, and I guess we can be all looking forward to great racing again in the afternoon.
Definitely. I mean, we have 21 degrees here, and let's look at some highlights from the session together. And here in a beautiful
Kingdom of Bahrain.
I'm always happy to be here, and especially qualifying. It's all about grid positions. I always keep saying this is basically where you prepare, not just the car is now in park for me, as you can see on the board, so it's not allowed to touch that car now for the next half hour. Yeah, but definitely qualifying so important for the race that's going on later on, and I'm glad you will have Christopher Zöchling joining you.
Again,
so
he's
I can
here,
be on
my
the
man,
grid.
of course, the fast man, Christopher Zöchling, who was on the podium in Kuwait for the 12 hours there. I'm looking forward to having him here in the commentary booth later on, so hope you all join us again when we come back at 2:15 local time here in the Kingdom of Bahrain.
Audio check. Test. Ready? Let's go.
Ready for a new era.
Of racing in the Middle East.
6 rounds of competition.
More excitement.
Let out into the new season.
We are the first generation.
Ready to get started.
We are
The Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East.
Welcome race fans to Bahrain for the third race of the first round of the Formula 4 Saudi Arabia Trophy. And here with me, Marcello Puglisi. Hello, Marcello.
Hello, Luca.
Third race of this event, and we already have 6 different drivers that have been on the podium. This has been amazing. We had 2 podiums with 6 different drivers of the overall classification. So this is giving us an example on how tough and close it is, the fighting between all these young guys with different experiences, different background, different racing from here now on. But it means that they were able, during the testing, practicing and qualifying, to get all to the similar level. So we expect another really tough race today.
Yeah, look, like you said, you can see how the level of the people is getting always better. They're improving session by session, and the good thing is that they are a lot of track time too. And we have been here for 3 days for a long session on track. We had a lot of mileage over these new Tatuus Formula 4. So the organization were able to provide a brand new car for all the driver. Of course, they are running with the same chassis, same engine, and same tire for all the grid. And the rules here, you have to wear and use the same tire for everybody. You can use one set of new tires after the free practice during qualifying, and you can bring a carryover from the previous session. So everybody is only running with the same mileage over the tires, so the tire degradation more or less will be the same for everyone. Really small setup adjustment. I mean, the target of the championship is to let the people run with the same setup. In this way, they have to adjust a little bit their driving more than overthinking about what they can do better on the setup. So the organizer of the championship really wanted to build up the skill of these super young kids that are racing in this championship.
Exactly. Let's have a look on the grid, because today again we have a different grid that is coming from the second fastest lap of the qualifying, and so also the format is giving different drivers different opportunities. But here we go. Green flags on the back of the grid, red lights, and we go. Green again for the third race of the Formula 4 Saudi Arabia event, with Zamfari closing the door on Amda, that she had a great start. Can she stays on the inside and get the lead? Amda Al-Kubaizi on the inside, Zamfari outside, he makes it. Federico Arifai from the outside is in P2, Amda third. But still the fight is on. Zamfari in first, Federico trying the outside. Can he make it? He's gonna try and brake late, but Zanfari closed the door. He's still in P1. What a fight again on the opening laps here in Bahrain. Federico managed to be in the first position. We haven't seen how he made it stick, with Zanfari second and Hamda third. And on the inside, what a move from Hamda Al-Kubaisi. What a move from Hamda. This is amazing stuff. She was extremely fast yesterday, and today she had an amazing overtaking.
Car is going really slow over the exit of 3.8, so he's trying to going back to a safe heavens, I guess, or trying to go back to the pit. That's why we had Federico Rifai was in P2 after turn 2 and right straight away after turn 4. We saw him leading the pack. Now Hamdan is trying to close the gap, but watch out, because over there on the podium, on the third step of the podium, we had a really tight fight between Oscar Wurz, Saker Almosherci and Kirill Kuskov. All these drivers were really fast in the previous day. They were trying to getting closer to the second position of Hamda Al-Kubaisi, one of the most experienced full driver here on the track. The girl is really fast. He's trying to closing up over Federico Rifai. Now we still can see that all of them are trying to arrive to the last corner. Federico Rifai with the white car is leading the pack right in front of Hamda. Third position for car number 23, Kirill Kustrov. Really great start for him, starting from P6. Now we're already on the last steps on the podium. Watch out, because over there we have Montego Massen that went really far from the curb on the outside in the last corner. He has been overtaken by Hamda Al-Kubaisi that just did the podium in the second race. And now we have Kirill Kuskov on the inside trying to defend in the third position from Saker Almosherci. And Hamda on Montego Massen, and still we have the Al-Laki Suleiman Zafari, the pole-sitter of race 1 and race 3, and the winner of the second race of this trophy, that is really slowly going back to the pit lane.
So these two fighting again, with number 23 of Kirill Kuskov keeping third place for the moment. Saker Almosherci very close to him. What a fight again between these two teammates. Very young rookies, incredible talented drivers, both of them, with behind them the young Wurz, the youngest of the family, the young Oscar, that he has been our very first winner of the trophy. This has been yesterday in race 1. Oscar Wurz very close to Saker at the moment, trying to get the slipstream, and in the meantime Federico is trying to make the rhythm.
Yeah, you can see from the helmet that he's trying to look in the mirror to keep an eye on Hamda Al-Kubaisi that is right behind him. On the first sector, Hamda was just a little bit faster than the Italian driver. Now we're waiting them to arrive to the second sector, where even from this morning, Federico was pretty quick. He's one of the quickest drivers now in the second sector, just better than him, Kirill Kuskov, that is proving session by session his driving skill. Unfortunately, we can see that Suleiman Zanfari is back to the pit lane, try to fix the problem that is going on over his car. So all the engineers are connected with their laptop, try to see if there is anything not working in the right way. Federico Rifai is right in front of us, passing here in the start and finish line, trying to move, avoiding Hamda to take his toll. 6.9 for him, 7.1 for Hamda Al-Kubaisi, 7.2 for Kirill Kuskov, 7.3 for Saker Almosherci and Oscar Wurz, 7.5. Then all the other people running on 8. Montego Massen now is struggling a little bit, trying to overtake Hamda Al-Kubaisi, and he's on the inside over her, and he's going to take again the 6th position that is lost on the previous lap. Watch out, because over there we are arriving at T4. There is a really tight battle between Kirill Kuskov and Saker Almosherci, where the Russian is maintaining the 3rd position over the Kuwaitian driver that is at the moment in 4th position. And at the same time, we have Oscar Wurz that is trying to managing his tire, because he knows that he has to arrive up to the end of this race. This track is really demanding for the tires. 5-kilometer track, really technical, but really hard to arrive up to the end of the race without the drop of the temperature, without a drop of grip over the tires, especially on the rear.
Yeah, we couldn't have had a better circuit to start our championship. Better than Bahrain, very technical, very demanding, physical, but also perfect for the drivers to learn the technique of driving, and also providing us amazing races because of these long straights. The slipstream are helping the driver to follow each other, and is also teaching the drivers how to overtake each other, give each other space, but also they have to learn how to defend the position in a fair manner. Here we have the duo of the blue team, the 23 of Kirill, just in front of Saker, and again, they are on a fast lap. The gap, more or less, is consistent from them to Amdal Kubaisi. In the meantime, we have seen the previous lap, Federico Rifai trying to break the slipstream in order to weaving a little bit on the straight line. This is why he's doing this little weaving. Yes, he does it again to try and break the slipstream, but Amda is following him and trying to get as much tow as possible. And Saker on the inside of Kirill. Can he make it? He's gonna break late. On the inside goes Saker Al-Mosherji. He made it, but Kirill is gonna have a better exit, so it's not the end of it, because in the slipstream we have Kirill right behind Saker. Is a little too far or not? Saker is still closing the line, and then T4 keeps... Oh! He lost the rear. What happened there?
I think Kirill just hit the back of Saker's car. It was just a little bit too late on braking, and it was too close. They were running really close to each other, and I believe the Russian just hit a little bit the other car.
So we have Wirtz that took the opportunity to get up to P4. So like yesterday in race 1, Wirtz was just there waiting for the right moment, and he made it in the right time. So he's up to P4 and is gonna try and get a gap from Kirill and Saker, that are still fighting each other and potentially losing time.
The battle is not over, because now we have again one more time Kirill car, I guess, no, it's Saker car that is going on the inside, trying to overtake one more time Kirill Kuskov. Now he's running on the inside. Kirill is not giving up. He's trying to keep the power on. He's trying to cross the line, arriving up to turn 11 and 12. This corner is flat, so I don't think they will overtake again. In this moment, actually, Oscar Wirtz is taking advantage of their battle, so he's trying to focus on the cars that are right in front of the Austrian driver, try to close the gap between him and Hamda Al-Kubaisi and Federico Arifai that are leading the race.
These two are two great characters, really tough guys, both of them from the blue team, really tough, really motivated, and they're not gonna give up a single inch. And not to each other nor to anybody else. So very hard racers with different background, but at the end it looks like he's on track, a similar mentality and a similar speed too. So Wirtz now is in P4, followed by Saker, Al-Mosherji and Kirill Kustov, but Montego Massen and Amdal Kubaisi, they are really close now in the same group. So they are trying to get advantage of the fight in front of them.
Federico Arifai at the last lap, he did a 2.7 flat, the same lap time at Hamda. He was trying to defend. He had to pay attention on the main straight because he can't wave so much. Now he's trying to defending and avoid Hamda to take his toe, but he's leading by 1 second now. He was able to arrive to this gap just because of the first lap, where he was able to overtake Hamda and take advantage of the problem that Zamfari unfortunately had at the very first lap. Zamfari is still in the pit lane, trying to solving his problem on his car with the engineer that are fixing everything is going on. In the meanwhile, we can see the sector 1 where Federico Arifai is still gaining a little bit, but watch out, because over there we have Saker Al-Mosherji that has just overtaken Kirill Kuskov, but the Russian is faster than the Kuwaitian driver. Both of them are gaining over Oscar Wirtz. Watch out, because we have an information about an investigation when Kirill touched the back of Saker car at T4 on the previous lap. We'll see what the race director will decide about that situation. All the car has a camera, and usually we are able to see the camera footage, and we are able to see what happened during that moment, and then we have one more weapon to decide which is the right decision for this situation.
Yeah, in this circuit we have all these digital cameras that can give us every single angle. We can see every single inch of the racetrack from any perspective. So in the race control they can review all the actions. Again, we have the weaving of Federico Alrifai, try to break the slipstream. As he does the same thing, Oscar Wurz with Saker right behind him. Now the times are really fast, very similar with the group led by Oscar that is going a little faster than the two guys at the front. Now, to give you a point of view, an idea, Federico and Hamda, they are doing 2:7.5, while Oscar and Saker 2:7.1.0. So they are a little bit faster, but maybe the gap is too big for them to try and get closer to the top two.
Yeah, you know, Federico Alrifai and Hamda Al-Kubaisi are trying to fight each other with a distance of 1 second, and more or less it's the same from the very first lap. Alrifai is trying to close a little bit the line over Hamda, and she is trying to take all the toes she can, but this is not going to help them to get the right pace up to the end of the race. That's why Oscar Wurz actually doesn't have to defend so much over Saker Al-Mosheci, that is right behind him, can get a better lap time. Now with the first sector, Federico Alrifai is the faster, no, it's just a little bit slower than, than Hamda, but slower than Saker Al-Mosheci, that was able to take the toe from the car in front of him. In the second sector, still Al-Mosheci is the faster car on track at the moment. He's gaining up even over Oscar Wurz, a really good Kuwaitian driver that is a rookie in this championship. Yesterday he had an amazing podium with a really good overtake at T1. Now he's trying to take the toe, stay really close to the car number 11, the car white, driven by Oscar Wurz, and we are arriving right in front of us over the main straight of this wonderful circuit, where Federico Alrifai 7.1 still leading the pack and gaining 3:10 over Hamda, that now is struggling a little bit, especially between the second and the third sector. She's trying to take the toe of the Italian, but he's pulling away a little bit. Oscar Wurz on the last lap did his best lap time, but it's a little bit slower than Saker Al-Mosheci and Kirill Kuskot. They are pushing really hard to gain over the Austrian, over the leader of the pack.
So we have a warning for track limits for cars number 8, so it's Hamda Al-Kubaisi, and 33 and 36, which are Montego Maassen and Abdulaziz Al-Tayyar. So for them is the warning that comes before the very last chance that if you go over the track limits, then you get the automatic 5 seconds penalty. So for them it's gonna be crucial to be precise and not to make any mistake in order to not to get out of the track, nor for a mistake or for just intentional trying to get an advantage. So they have to drive precisely. Is now 3.5 laps to go, so they have to put their head down and make no more mistakes.
Yeah, it's not easy over T4, especially because the curb is just thrown, so you can feel under the steering wheel when you're going over the limit. But of course, the drivers are really aware where they have to put their wheels, where they don't have to. It's 3 days they are here, actually 4, and they are training from day one, try to understand which is the track limit. And the race director decided to give a little bit more margin using the curb as a tolerance for the driver to go all the way on the outside, but they have to keep the tolerance and try to get the maximum they can over their lap time. Especially T4 and the second last corner are the places where you can gain a lot more. Watch out, because at this lap Montego Maassen is doing really well. The number 66 has just done the best first sector overall, and it's running really well even in the second sector. Really fast on the free practice, Montego, and even during the last day of testing in the race this morning he was struggling a little bit at the end, but he He's a really quick driver, so I think he will get really close to the podium by the end of this weekend. And now we can see Almoshedji at the moment has to defend again one more time over his teammate Kirill Kuskov that is running pretty fast over the exit of the last corner. Kirill Kuskov really good on the last sector. Now we have Almoshedji that is trying to defend at T4 on the inside. In the meanwhile, Montego is trying to take advantage of this battle. We are having a T4 still in front. We have Almoshedji right behind him. Kirill Kuskov trying to copy every single move of the steering wheel of the car right in front of him. They are battling for the fourth position, just right behind the podium at the moment. The last step of the podium is for Oscar Wurz, the winner of the first race of the trophy. And there is another investigation for car number 18, Omar, that took an advantage at T2.
So, for sure, Omar it has been not in the same position like he was in race 2, so he's definitely now pushing hard, trying to find his pace. But in the meantime, Montego was the fastest overall in the previous lap, so definitely he's finding his pace, his rhythm. And but again, the battle in between Saker and Kirill is giving a little advantage to Oscar Wurz, that is just stretched a little bit his gap in order to have maybe a potential more relaxed end of the race. But in this category we have seen how strong is the slipstream, how strong is the toe, and you cannot relax for a single corner, because then the drivers behind you can catch you again. In fact, in the last sectors, both the blue cars from Saker, Almoshedji and Kirill Kuskov, they again closer to Oscar Wurz, and behind them Montego Massen, forming this 4 cars group, and it's gonna be a very hectic end of the race. 2 laps to go.
7.5 for Federico Arifai, 7.6 for Hamda Alkubez. Watch out, because on the last lap, Oscar Wurz put together a 7.1, so it's getting closer to position number 2, that is the moment is held by Hamda Alkubez, that is doing really well up to this moment, try to move his car all around the track, try to get as close as she can to the leader of this race. But Oscar Wurz, that is right taking advantage of the battle between the light blue car, Saker Almoshedji and Kirill Kuskov. Both of them are running on 7.2 and 7.3, and right after them Montego Massen, that now had to give up a little bit, is really fast paced, just because it's getting too close to the light blue car that are fighting each other. And we go on with the overall classification. Hamda Alkubezi is P7 at the moment, followed by Fazal Al-Kabani. Both these drivers were on the podium on the 3rd race, and Omar Aldevayan is at 9th position. And closing the top 10, Abdulaziz Al-Tayyar in 10th position. So we going back to the leading of the race, and you can even see with your eyes that Oscar Wurz is getting really close to Hamda Alkubezi. But he has to watch out in the mirror, because right behind me there is Saker Almoshedji is not giving up. This driver is really talented, really trying to maximize every single corner, try to gain as much as he can over the Austrian that took a little bit of advantage when he was fighting with the Russian Kirill Kuskov, world champion of OK karting, just got the trophy in Baku. The FIA ceremony was a really good event for him, along with the Formula 1 driver Hamilton, and of course Max Verstappen, the world champion of Formula 1 in the last season. So we have really big variety of talent, big variety of background of all these drivers.
Final lap for Federico Al-Rifai. Federico is trying to get his first win of the weekend after a really good start and a really good begin and start of the race, where he took the lead to Zamfari, and now is looking for the very last corners of his first win in a Formula 4 car. Behind him, Hamda Alkubezi with a very, very consistent race in P2. Really quick all weekend, unlucky in race 1, but finally she's going for a potential podium finish position. But for P3, it still have to be decided between Oscar Wurz and Saker Almoshedji, with Kirill Kuskov right behind, trying to get every potential opportunities. What a weekend for Federico. Has been on the podium in race 1. And
Really
again,
consistent to the whole weekend. I think it's been one of the drivers that was always close to the top 3. No big mistake for him. So he was able to manage up to the first 3 races a really good rhythm. And now we can see that at the moment we can see the 3rd position. It's still a little bit tricky holding that position for Oscar Wurz because Sakir Al-Musherji did a really first sector 40.1 for the Kuwaitian driver that at the moment is following and arriving up to the second last corner. This is flat, and then they're going to the braking on the second lap where they have to pay attention which is the right place for braking. No more investigation in the meanwhile for car number 8. So Hamda can really fight up to the really last meter of this final lap. We have Federico Arifai that is arriving at the last braking point. The Italian is going to take the apex of the last corner, and we are checkered flag for him. We are arriving right over the main straight with Federico Arifai that is leading and winning the 3rd race of the Formula 4 Saudi Arabian trophy. Really good job for him and all the driver on the grid. Really fair battle this race, Luca.
yeah, what a race, what a win for Federico. He really wanted to win a race this weekend, and he got it. He got it from the very first lap, and then he got the lead, and he never gave it up. So great job from Federico Al-Rifai, winning the first race in a Formula 4 car of his career. 2nd position, Amdal Kubaizi. Consistent race. Oscar Wurz in 3rd. After a very clever race onto the podium. P4 for Sakir Al-Musherji after a fierce fight with his teammate Kirill Kutskov in P5. Montego Massen 6th, very close to the fight also of the podium positions. Amnal Kubaizi P7 after being on the podium just before in the 2nd race. Faisal Al-Kabani, he was also on the podium in the previous race, so he finished now in P8. Omar Al-Valed Al-Darayan in P9 and P10 by Abdulaziz Al-Tayyar. So we now have 7 different drivers being on the podium over the weekend in the 3 races we had so far. So this is really an example on how tough is this championship and how close is the battle. So having in 3 races 7 different podium finishers in the overall classification, it means that the level of the drivers is really even. Everybody it is fighting on a similar level. Again, same car for everybody, same setup, same number of tires, same opportunities. And from this point of view, I have to say that it has been a fantastic weekend so far, trouble-free. The guys are not so experienced, but they are learning very quick. And we can see that all the battles we have seen, they always been within the limits. We will always check and go into details with race direction if there is anything that we have to review, but it's nice to see that these guys are trying to race as hard as they can, but obviously we will see them over the course of the season improving day by day. So we see now the winner going in his place. Federico is gonna be for sure a really happy guy, I can bet. We also have Oscar Wurz on the podium, and Amda already out of the car. He's congratulating, and definitely she has been really quick all the weekend, even in race 1. I have to think that she also had an opportunity to win in the first race, but then she was a bit unlucky in the first race. Then in the second race she drove with a little damage on the car, and definitely now she's finally on the podium. Here we have the winner, Federico and I'm sure that we'll hear soon what he has to say. He's been in first position since the very first lap of the race. Okay, let's hear from Marcello and Federico Ardifai. Federico.
Federico Ardifai, the winner of the third race of the season. What a wonderful race from you. How was important that overtake you did at T1?
Yeah, we had a good start, and I overtook Hamda, and as we were battling to T4 with Suleiman, got a good run and switched back to him, which gave me the lead, and from there I just drove away, and it was good pace throughout.
How stressful was leading the whole race, having Hamda so close to you?
Yeah, it was very stressful. I kept on weaving, trying to break the toe, but yeah, it was good.
Okay, congratulations for your first win of the season.
So he definitely admitted he was winning to break the toe, which is a technique. In the meantime, with the, I think, the body language of Hamda, I could see her maybe not so happy about this behavior from Federico, but it's not down to us to see if all the maneuvers were done correctly. Normally, you can do some weaving when you have a little bit of gap, so it's still safe for you to do the weaving because you do it to break the toe and not to close the line to your opponent. So now we go to the next interview.
Oscar Wurst third in the third race of this trophy. So you won the first one, now you're third. I mean, you look like you were aiming for more.
Yeah, I was hoping for the win again, but the start was a bit tricky. I got boxed in a bit, and then I dropped down to, I think it was like P5. So obviously it wasn't ideal, and then I managed to make my way up to P3, but by that time the leaders were too far in front. I was catching up very slowly, but only if it was like the 24 hours of Bahrain or something could I overtake them. But I think I did a good race. The drivers behind were putting a lot of pressure on me, but I think I kept cool and I did quite well. So, yeah.
Good job, Oscar. Congratulations again.
So another podium for Oscar after the win in the race one. And definitely third place is another good result to put in this race weekend that has been really good so far, really consistent. He has been a really fast drivers, starting from the free practice, starting from the testing, and another podium for him. Really good stuff we have seen from all the drivers. You see all the cars lined up in the parfermé. We have the three finishers right down the podium. And the third interview now, Hamda Al-Kubaisi.
Hamda Al-Kubaisi, one of the quickest drivers here on the grid. Second at the end of this third race. Well, actually not super lucky weekend for you at the moment. How was the race from the outside? Looked like you were all the time with the same lap time as Federico, but at the end you didn't manage to get the spot to overtake him.
Yeah, I think it was quite good. I had a really good start, and I just was a bit unlucky with the driver who started in P1. I got squeezed a bit in the start, so I lost the position to Federico. And then, yeah, in the end, it was just kind of like a yo-yo. Some sectors I was faster, some sectors he was, so it stayed the same. And yeah, the tires at the end was really difficult to keep with him, and yeah, I lost a lot of grip. But in general, it was a good race, you know, P2, so I'm happy about it. Yeah.
Congratulations, Hamda. Really good racing.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Hamda happy about this podium position. She's been really competitive all the weekend, and so we'll see her on the podium in P2 after a very strong race. So she said she also had a little bit of time lost with Zamfari, so we have seen that Zamfari start the race, then he tried and defend the position. He was able to go into turn one and P1 also, and from this point of view, then he had to retire, we don't know for what reason. So, classification with Federico Al-Rifai, winner of the race, Hamda Al-Kubaisi second, on the podium Oscar Wurz in P3, Saker Al-Mosherji P4, P5 for the karting world champion, okay, Kirill Kustov. Sixth position from Montego Massen after a very strong run today again. Amna Al-Kubaisi, 7th after finishing on the podium in the second race. Faisal Al-Kabani, he was also on the podium in the second race, now is in P8. Omar Al-Valed Al-Darayan in P9 after also a very strong run in the second race, and closing the P10 with Abdulaziz Al-Tayyar. We also have seen during the end of the race when Abdulaziz, he lost some time and he's finished in P11, and Jabor bin Hassan Al-Thani P12, and 13 Suleiman Zanfari that he started on pole, but unfortunately he had to retire on lap 1. And we'll see the highlights of this amazing race. And we have seen again the images of this third race of the weekend with the win of Federico Al-Rifai. So Marcello, back to us. How did you feel it was down there in the pits? Happy faces? Everybody happy? Some unhappy faces? How was?
Well, actually, you know, Luca, aside the winner that is always happy, all the other drivers want to win. So they were happy, but never happy enough. I mean, it was a fair battle. It was really nice to see them all the time really close to each other. But at the end, the winner is only one. So this time, kudos to Federico that was able to arrive up to the end from the very first lap. It's not easy here with the toe. There is a little bit of wind on the main straight that is helping the people in the back. But he was all the time able to manage. And like Hamda said during the interview, actually, they were doing a little bit like a yo-yo. So sometimes she was getting closer over him, and sometimes he was pulling away. I don't know if he still had some tent in the pocket, try to gain more over Hamda, because not yet she was getting closer. He was able to pulling a little bit away. So a really consistent race for all of them. And Oscar maybe this time was struggling a little bit to get closer to the leader, especially in the mid part of the race.
Definitely another very technical race for all the guys, and we will now face later during the day the very last race of the weekend. So like I said, we now have 7 different drivers on the podium after 3 races. I think this is amazing to have so many drivers that are, you know, so quick and able to compete for the podium. And now on the podium we have the third classified driver, Oscar Wurz, and Abd Al-Kubaisi in second after an amazing weekend so far. And the winner is Federico Al-Rifai. This is the overall classification. Great job, all 3 drivers. And now we have also the rookie classification with Montego Massen, Kirill Kustov, and Saker Al-Mosherji.
National anthem.
Great job, everybody, all 6 drivers. We have the overall podium and the rookies podium. This time is 6 different drivers then. With the rookies, the rookie winner today was Saker Almosherji. And second was Kirill, and third was Montego Massen. Amazing race again. 4th race is gonna be what time, Marcello?
In a couple of hours, we will have the next race, the last race of this amazing weekend. So really good job for all the driver, and we are waiting for the last race where we have again one inverted grid, just looking at the results of this race 3 in a couple of hours. So be with us again, and we will be waiting for you, and all this driver will give it all to take the win again for the last race of this weekend. Thank you, Luca.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Marcello. See you later for the 4th race of the Formula 4 Saudi Arabia Trophy. Thank you.
Back down, I guess.
So we are ready for the starting grid. We are already in the starting grid. And we will be live. No, a live stream in 3 minutes from now.
Just keep the mics off for the time being.
Audio check.
Test, test.
Ready?
Let's go. Ready for a new era
of racing in the Middle East.
6 rounds of competition.
More excitement.
Let out into the new season.
We are the first generation.
Ready to get started.
We are
the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East.
It's time for racing, and we are back on the Bahrein International Circuit for race 2 of that weekend in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East. You can see the conditions again. Wonderful. It's 22 degrees. The sun is shining, blue skies, and we have a wonderful grid here with 15 sophisticated GT3 Cup cars. And the man next to me again, I'm very happy to welcome Christopher Zöchling. Great to have you here again. And Christopher, we saw great racing yesterday, and I think we can be looking forward to seeing again just amazing motorsport.
Absolutely. Thank you again for having me. And yeah, you said it, yesterday's race 1 was very exciting, especially the opening lap. Janne Stiek really trying to get his nose in there and making a move on Theo for the overall lead, and great battling the Pro-Am and Am category as well. So yeah, the weather is perfect, the car's perfect, the drivers are ready. We're ready.
That's it. And as you mentioned, it was Theo Overhaus against Janne Stiek yesterday, and seems like we will see the same kind of fight today, because they are both on the first row on the grid, and we will see the starting order. It's the young German who won yesterday, Theo Overhaus, who will start from pole position again. Janne Stiek his compatriot from Germany on second. The Flying Dutchman, Flint Schuring on third position. Again, a German youngster, Colin Bonghausen on fourth. Charlie Wurz, the man who just jumped out of a Formula 3 car and into the GT3 Cup car on fifth. Jackson Walls from Australia on sixth. Søren Spreng, that's the fastest man, the Pro-M class, on seventh. Khaled Al-Ahmadi from Saudi Racing on eighth. Saud Al-Saud, his teammate, on ninth. And it's Ahmed Al-Shihab, who had a great race yesterday in the Pro-M category, on 10th overall. Then it's only 11th place for Basha Madini. I say that because this is the driver you are taking care of, you're his coach. I'm going to ask you very soon what went wrong in qualifying today. Just finish the order. It's Cédric Chasson, the Frenchman from the Team GP Elite, on 12th. Leo Villard, who was the fastest man in the AM class. And Sebastian Gorga, the winner of the AM class, on 14. And Klaus Bönninghausen on 15. So, yeah. I can't avoid the question. What went wrong with Basha in qualifying, Christopher?
Well, first of all, I want to point out that I'm really happy to see the two Saudi boys, Khalid Al-Ahmadi and Saud Al-Saud, in second and third. So Paul Spooner and his Saudi racing team have definitely done a really good job to put him in the top three in the Pro-M category. But yeah, Bashar had a bit of a struggle out there in qualifying. But again, the race is a race, very different setup. Again, we talked about it yesterday. It's so important to maintain, and manage your tires over the race. I think it was Charlie Wurz who had a big lockup yesterday. And if you do take out too much from the tires, it's going to cost you in the long run. But yeah, our formation lap is starting. Again, you're going to be seeing the cars weaving left and right quite aggressively, because it is so important to get those tires up to temperature to get the grip that you need.
And I think we again and again have to point out that the young man from Austria, Charlie Wurz, who will be starting from fifth position. It's his first adventure in the GT3 Cup car and coming out of his debut in the Formula 3. Again and again, it's just amazing what this young man, what kind of show he's giving us. He was a little unlucky yesterday, you mentioned it, but still did a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, coming from a single-seater Formula car into this GT3 Cup car is quite a different world, because you have nearly double the weight behind you, and it's a very different, almost physics that you have to apply to drive these race cars, because these cars don't have as much downforce as a single-seater Formula 3 car, and yeah, it's just get those laps in, get that kilometers under your belt, and learn.
And as we have Theo Overhaus, the man in the yellow and red GT3 Cup car. He's the rookie champion of last year's Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, and also the project manager. Isaac is here and is following this race. And I'm sure he's happy to see that the young guns coming from his championship are performing so well here that weekend. And we can see that the level of competition is really rising up, especially when we see all these rookies here that are really performing so well.
Yeah, the strength of field is definitely really high, and like you said, it's so great to have representation of Carrera Cup Germany with Rui Isaac over here in the Middle East. So yeah, we're all going to be looking forward to that race 2 coming up, as we can see them coming out of turn 12, heading into the penultimate corner. A second long back straight that leads into the last corner. Again, a great chance to warm up those brake discs, those tires, and warm yourself up. And we don't have a low sitting sun as we had yesterday, so that shouldn't play too much of a role. But yeah, really looking forward to how that start will pan out.
It's the 4th race of this season. We had the season opener a few weeks ago, also here in Bahrein, together with the final race of the World Endurance Championship. And now we're again here on this fascinating track. Seeing the cars lining up on the grid on the right side. The yellow and red colors, the DHL car of Theo Overhaus, the poleman, leading in the championship. Took his 2nd victory yesterday. And on the left side, it's the youngest man in the field. It's Janez Diak, 16 years old. And as you said, let's see if he can win the start again. It was a nice battle yesterday we've seen between those two drivers. Green flag is out. One, two, three, 4, 5. And we are racing in Bahrein, the second race of the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East that weekend, and it looks like a brilliant start from pole setter Theo Overhaus. As it's Flint Schuring in the silver GT3 Cup car, who was trying to make a move from the outside. Nice drone shots now. We see the field coming up the straight. And it's the poleman who is in the lead. But behind it's Flint Schuring, the fast-flying Dutchman, who is second, who could find a way to pass Jannes Diak. Brilliant start from the Dutchman.
That was a really great getaway so far as we're heading into turn 6 and 7. Hard braking into turn 8, the hairpin. We can see
Colin Böninghausen fighting.
Side by side, bit of contact there, I think.
With Charlie Woods.
And now 3 wide or 2 wide into the triple left-hand. A really tricky braking point because, again, these cars have no ABS in the Pro and Pro-Am category. We can see a bit of a lock-up back there, running wide on the exits.
That was one of the Saudi cars. But in the lead, it's, again, Theo Overhaus, who managed to defend his pole position. Then the Flying Dutchman, Flint Schuring. And here we have the fight in the Pro-Am class. This is Ahmed Al-Shikhab against Bashar Madini. Jannes Diak trying to close the gap. Well, we see a Saudi car. I think it's Khaled Al-Ahmadi who's in front of Ahmed Al-Shikhab. And it's Alex Wurz who is trying to defend himself against Colin Böninghausen. You can see that here in the back.
Yeah, it looks like a great battle into turn 1 now. We can see Colin using his flashers to put some pressure on. We can see Søren Spreng really late on the brakes, making a double overtake on Ahmed Al-Shikhab and Bashar Madini.
That was a great move.
That was a really great move. 2 in 1. Way to go.
This is the fight for the podium, and in the back we see battling for each position Søren Spreng ahead of Ahmed Al-Shikhab. Well, Søren Spreng, he did a great job all weekend long. Very experienced man from Germany.
He won the Pro-Am category in the Carrera Cup Germany, and now he's trying to win that title here in the Middle East as well.
Here we have the battle group. This is Alex Wurz, Colin Böninghausen, and Jackson Walls from Australia. Fighting for 4th position, so we see a lot of nice fights in the field so far.
Yeah, most certainly, but looks like the top 3 might have settled in just for now. But yeah, Flint Schuring now finding himself in 2nd place. He's going to try everything he can to close the gap to Theo, who's currently in the lead. But again, Bashar right behind his teammates, Ahmed Al-Shikhab.
And now it's Colin.
Big move into the penultimate corner. Very tricky move to execute, but he did it really well.
Perfect move from him, and so he took 4th position.
Yeah, but now it's the opportunity. Can he fight back into the last corner? Looks like Charlie Wurz is going to have to attack and defend
at the same time.
Turn 1, yeah.
Now we see Charlie Wurz flashing his lights.
Oh, very deep into turn 1.
With a lock up. So that cost him one more position, so it seems like Jackson Walls now is 5th. Behind Colin Berninghausen.
Definitely loads of action out there on track. This is what we want to see.
Well, as we mentioned, it's a tough game for Charlie Woods to handle that car without experience and coming out of the Formula 3 car.
Yeah, but I love what I'm seeing because he's not really holding back. He's out there, he's pushing, he's looking for the limits, and he definitely found that limit in turn 1. As we see Søren Spreng making a move on one of the Saudi racing cars into turn 8.
Well, there was some kind of contact, looked like.
Yeah, definitely getting his elbows out.
Should have been Khaled Al Ahmadi.
We're definitely seeing a lot of overtakes. Now we have Bashar Madini side by side with Ahmed Al-Shihab heading into turn 10 down the back straight. Plenty of racing action right now. And he's making the move stick. Very good. Makes me happy.
Yeah, seems like Ahmed Al-Shihab has some kind of counter.
Checks the walls here. Trying to keep it within the track limits and looking at the back of Colin Berninghausen.
You see Charlie Woods again ahead of Søren Spreng. And then it's Khaled Al Ahmadi, fastest man from the Saudi racing team. And then behind should be Ahmed Al-Shihab in front of your man, Bashar Madini.
Now this is going to be interesting because Charlie Woods, we saw him have that lock up into turn 1 now, so his front right tire has taken a bit of a beating. So he's really going to have to negotiate those braking points just right, dial back the brake bias to the rear just a little bit. But yes, Søren Spreng really pushing Charlie ahead of him, telling him, come on, move on, I wanna build a gap to Ahmed Al Ahmadi behind him.
Yeah, because Søren Spreng, he's leading in the Pro-Am class, so he definitely wants to make a gap to the Saudi racing driver, because this is the fight for the victory in the Pro-Am class.
Absolutely, but talking about leaders right now, Theo Overhaus already a 1.8 second lead over Flint Schuring, 3 laps into the race. And Jan Stier a second behind Flint Schuring.
Yeah, we saw that already yesterday, that Theo Overhaus, when he was in his rhythm, he could easily, or it seemed to be quite easy to control the race for him.
I think we just witnessed a bit of contact going into turn 10 between Søren Spreng and Charlie Woods. Really close bumper-to-bumper racing. Beautiful shot of the Bahrain International Circuit. Now back down the second back straight into the last corner. This race is far from over. Is Søren Spreng going to position himself just well enough for a good exit? I think he does. Ahmed Al Ahmadi right behind him in the Saudi racing car, followed by Ahmed Al-Shihab and Bashar Madini. This is again a train of 5 cars, very similar to what we saw yesterday. Going really defensive here, close to the pit wall. Now what is Søren Spreng going to do under the brakes? Side by side. Got to be careful there with the track limits on the exit of turn 2. Look at this, beautiful racing.
It seems like the fight is going on the Pro-Am class. Yes, there's a decision in the Pro class. Maybe it's already done, but this is again the fight. See a lock-up. Søren Spreng.
Look at this. This is beautiful racing. This is really a 7-way fight for position here. This is great stuff.
And we are waiting for the next attack of Søren Sprang. Oh, but it's smart how Charlie Wurz is defending, trying to cover.
I mean, again, you got to be so careful with tire management. If you defend or if you race too hard side by side into the penultimate corner. Søren Sprang looking for a way around the outside. Look at this. I mean, this is some high-octane racing, but now he's got to run down into the last corner side by side with Charlie Wurz. Again, if you brake just a little bit early, go for the undercut. This is what Charlie's going to want now. And can he get the run down the main straight? I mean, these cars do draft really well, so you want to really utilize the draft of those GT3 Cup cars. Yeah, looks like Søren made that move stick, didn't he? Yeah?
Great move by Søren Sprang. Here we see Colin Bönninghausen still trying to close the gap. It's Janus Stiak on third, so he has the podium right in front of his eyes, but that would be a difficult task. We are in lap 6 out of 12 laps in that sprint race here in Bahrain. Second race of the weekend. And it seems like we will see another victory of Theo Overhaus, the man who was winning the race yesterday. He's in the lead, almost 3 seconds ahead of Flint Schuring, the man from the Netherlands, the younger brother of Maurice Schuring, who was competing in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. And the youngest man in the field, Janus Stiak from Germany, on third position. But the fight is on, as you said, in the Pro-Am class. Well, Alex Wurz, he's not competing in the Pro-Am class, he's a Pro driver for sure. But will be interesting to see if maybe Ahmed Al-Shahab can find a way to pass him, to maybe have another chance to attack Søren Sprang.
Absolutely, but this is what we're talking about. It's so important to not make any mistakes on the braking, and this one lockup from Charlie Wurz definitely cost him some tire performance. But currently, Ahmed Al-Shahab might be looking into his rear view mirror as we have Ahmed Al-Amadi putting some pressure onto him. And then Saud Al-Saud doing the same to Bashar Madini.
We could see Jackson Walls on 5th position. Some kind of lonely race for him. Seems like nothing to gain, not too much to lose right now.
But you know, there's an old race driver saying, in order to finish first, you first must finish.
That's true. Again, a lock-up by Søren Sprang. This is the leader of the race, Theo Overhaus, the youngest guest starter in the DTM. That time it was a BMW, now he's back in a Porsche GT3 Cup car. He also wants to do some races in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. For sure, this is the pinnacle of all the one-make series when it comes to Porsche one-make Cup racing. And I guess you also did some amazing races in the Super Cup. It's always something special to race there.
Most certainly, yeah. I did 3 seasons in the Super Cup, and it is very exciting to race during a Formula 1 race weekend. And of course, in the Curricks Cup Middle East, we will be racing 2 races alongside Formula 1. The first one in Bahrain, and then in beautiful Jeddah city circuits in Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely, two of the highlights of the season in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's sort of settled into rhythm right now.
Here we see Johannes Diak. He said his idol is Kevin Estre already.
That's a great idol to have, because Kevin, you know, being one of the real superstars in GT racing, especially in the Porsches, of course, and now in the LMDH program with Porsche.
The 963 was also racing here in the last race of the season in Bahrein. The Frenchman. And now it's obvious that Theo Overhaus seems to have everything under control, while Johannes Diak is closing the gap.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna sort of hedge his bets towards the final part of the race, inching away those tenth of seconds, getting closer to that second place.
So, Christopher, is it all about who has the best tires for the last shot of the race?
Yeah, like we said, if you push too hard at the beginning, or if you fight too hard at the beginning, you will definitely take out some tire life. So you really gotta manage your car, your tires, just about right. So Colin Boeringhausen probably doing the same thing, sitting in fourth place now. Of course, if second and third, if Scheuring and Stiek start fighting, of course, you know, that will give an opportunity to Colin as well. But now looking down the beautiful main straight, train of cars. We got 6 cars in one train again.
And the leader of this train is still Søren Sprang, Team GP Elite. Here we have Saud Al Saud. And here we can see Johannes Diak in the back of Flint Scheuring. So we will see a fight for second place in the very last part of the race. 3 laps to go, and the 16-year-old man from Germany wants to get that second place. He's fighting against Flint Scheuring.
Yeah, look at the lap times. Janne was about a second faster last lap around than Flint Scheuring. It's one thing to close the gap, another thing to overtake.
And there we see Leo Willard, who seems to had a spin. He's on second position right now in the AM class. But the gap to Klaus Boeringhausen is quite comfortable, so he will stay in second position in the AM class, while Johannes Diak is giving everything he has.
Again, Colin Boeringhausen is just a few car lengths behind the podium right now, so he's going to be hoping for them to start fighting for second place, because when you fight, you lose obviously time on track, and that will definitely close the gap for Colin as well.
Oh, and here we see Leo Willard. What happened to him? Lost the rear.
Carrying just a bit too much speed into turn 4.
But still, he did an amazing job. Leo Willard came this morning and secured pole position in the AM class. Maybe did the fastest lap ever here on that track. But this is the battle. This is the battle, and I'm sure Flint Schuring will have 2 very long last laps here on the Bahrain International Circuit. And Janez Diak has a very experienced coach, a very successful man in a GT3 Cup car, the 2 times Porsche Mobile One Super Cup champion Larry Ford is here with him. And I remember he always said last season, never give up. That's his credo. And I'm sure that Janez Diak will try everything to get that 2nd place on the podium.
Absolutely. Now it's just a matter of fact, you know, keep cool, keep calm, concentrate on your braking points, and do what you've been doing the last 10 laps.
Yeah, we can see the lap times that Janez Diak is taking half a second faster than the Dutchman in the silver livery of the Porsche GT3 Cup car.
Yeah, this might come down to the last lap. This might be a last lap battle for the 2nd place on the podium.
I mean, the Cup car is very wide, but Flint Schuring will try everything to make it even wider. And it's not so easy to overtake with these cars.
No.
Right?
Oh, we got a spinner.
Oh, this is one of the Saudi cars. It should be Saud Al Saud. Oh, that's a pity. Also for Paul Spooner, who was happy with the result in qualifying.
Now it looks like that Janez Diak is right on the tail of Flint Schuring, trying to get him go defensive into turn 10. Beautiful long uphill left-hander.
Great fight in the very last lap.
Big move.
Well, now he's on the inside.
Going into the last corner, of course, yeah, but this is not the ideal overtaking opportunity, because that allows Flint Schuring to do a comeback, a switchback move, which we're going to see now, because now it's the other way around. Jan having to go really defensive on the last lap.
What a great fight between these 2 young men, 16 years old, racing at its best in the GT3 Cup car. Schuring on the outside, but that was smart.
Yeah.
Smart from Janez Diak.
Great defending, great racing.
And we still see the Saudi car. Just standing there. But we're in the final lap, so guess we won't see a safety car.
I mean, Flint has one more overtaking opportunity now coming up into turn 8. If he goes really deep on the brakes, he might be able to re-overtake him.
Oh, big lock up. But there's also Colin Böninghausen now in the back of Flint Schuring, who of course wants to make a move and get that 3rd place. Seems like the Dutchman has to defend, and here we have the leader while the fight is going on in the back. See flashing lights of Colin Böninghausen.
You got to use everything you can to put pressure on your opponents and try to shake him up in any way you can. 3 corners to go. Are we going to see a move from Colin into the penultimate corner, which seemed to be quite a favorite spot today to overtake? Not quite yet. Oh, running really wide, bit of an oversteer there as well. But I think he's too far back to do anything.
And here we have the winner. It's again Theo Oberhaus. Congratulations to the young man from Germany. Second race that weekend, second success for him. 100% job. Theo Oberhaus wins that race, and in second it's also a great job from Janis Dirk. And Flint Schuring on third position. Great racing also from Colin Bönninghausen, who tried everything. A little bit the thankless fourth place, but still a great performance from the young man from Germany. Here we have the winner. Oh, that's amazing. And he told me already yesterday, it's very important for him to have like a championship win and to have that title on his CV.
Yeah, most certainly having a championship on your CV definitely is a boost in confidence, and obviously for teams, for race teams over in Europe as well, to sort of find attractive drives for the upcoming 2024 season. But yeah, what an exciting race all the way to the last lap. That was good racing.
And we can see that's now that we have Janis Dirk here, but we have to mention that Søren Sprang won the Pro-Am classification. Great job by him. Then it's Ahmed Al-Shikhab in the Pro-Am class, again on the podium. And Saud Al-Saud, third in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, definitely a solid drive from the German Søren Sprang. And Sebastian Gorga taking that AM class victory once again.
After the spin of Leo Willard, who is in second. And here we see Charlie Woods, who finished this race on seventh overall, but gave us a good racing.
Yeah, definitely. Again, great action out there, and it's so good to see, you know, a clean race with loads of action. You gotta respect your opponents. You gotta give them room as well. But yeah, once again, this championship and this circuit provided great entertainment.
Here we have the winner, Theo Oberhaus. One of these talented, gifted young drivers here in the championship. And we will see him again in the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany next season, as I said, and maybe also in the Porsche Mobile One Super Cup. Well, yesterday he had to fight a lot against Janis Dirk right after the start. This time it seems like he had almost everything under control. Perfect start, perfect race.
Yeah, a solid 100% weekend. 2 pole positions, 2 race wins. You can't go better than this.
There he shows it. 2 wins. Perfect job.
Well done.
Congratulations from his team. But I'm sure Janis Dirk will also be delighted with second place again on the podium. Yeah, great racing. I mean, we're already looking forward when we are coming back in January with a special doubleheader with Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Great track.
Indeed, home race for me, actually.
And here we see it. Again, the classification in the graphic. It's Theo Oberhaus The young German, second win, ahead of Jan Stiak, 16 years old, again on the podium with second. Flint Schuring, the fast man from the Netherlands, and Koning Böninghausen, who tried everything to also have a step to the podium, but finished after a very decent race. Fourth position, Jackson Walls from Australia on fifth. Søren Sprang, the winner of the Pro-Am class, sixth overall, ahead of Charlie Woods. Ahmed Al-Shihab, second in the Pro-Am class on eighth. Saud Al-Saud on ninth position, and Basha Madini, your man, on 10th overall. So happy with his performance?
Well, you got to think long term. It's all about the championship. Collect points, as many as you can, and bring the car home. Not the result he wanted, I'm sure, but again, we're looking for the championship in the end.
And the Pro-Am class, we have Sebastian Gorga, the same winner like yesterday, second win here in Bahrain. Leo Willard on second, and Klaus Böninghausen on 14th. And we see Khaled Al-Ahmadi had that spin, and some problem after that with his car on 15th position. January, as mentioned, in Dubai. So it's home base for you, and you promised we would go out for a little run there.
Well, certainly.
Well, thanks again, Christopher
Thank you.
Zeckling, and we go out and for sure now having the trophy collection. And we're almost ready for the prize-giving ceremony. Just a few seconds. So, ready? Always ready. Chat with our head and promoter, Robert. The weekend or the racing is over, and we've seen a very exciting second race here. And I think, well, hats off to everybody who was involved for another great race weekend in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East.
Yeah, thank you, Eric, and thank you everyone who's still here watching us. Thanks to all team members, first of all. This is really great. We have round 2 in the books now here at the Bahrain International Circuit. And also, happy National Day to everyone here from the Kingdom of Bahrain. We always love to come here to race here. And we will be back here for Formula 1 in March, so March the 2nd, for the opening round of Formula 1. But as the drivers get ready, we will soon have the prize-giving ceremony of our overall winners and all the category winners. But thanks again, really, that you're still here and cheer for the drivers. That's it. I think we're ready to start with the celebration, and I'm also very proud that Sheikh Salman is here, the CEO of the Bahrain International Circuit, to hand over the winning trophy. He was racing with us here for round 1, and it's great to see him here next to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Of course, we missed him also in a race car this weekend. Thanks for having us, and I think we are ready for the trophy collection. So in the overall classification, it's the Flying Dutchman. 3rd place for Flint Schuring. And he gave us a great show together with Janez Diak, who could grab that 2nd place. Congratulations to the youngest man in the field for 2nd place. Another podium for Janez Diak. And what can I say? It's the 100% job. 2 pole positions, 2 victories here. Just a big applause for our winner, Theo Auberhaus from Germany. And so it's time for the national anthem of Germany.
Passt schon, nicht schlimm. Bevor wir die Trophies. Macht erst 1, 2, 3, dann holen wir die auch. Genau. Ich hol die jetzt noch dazu.
Oder sollten wir erst die Pokale?
Theo Auberhaus ist also a rookie winner.
Und wer kommt von GP Elite?
Björn Lippold.
Lippold.
Björn
Lippold.
Lippold. Glaube ich zumindest.
Before we hand the trophies over to top 3, we also wait for the winning team, the representative for the winning team, GP Elite. 2, 3 und dann holen wir ihn auch noch raus.
Ich hol dich gleich noch. Komm, scheiß drauf. Sonst wartet er so lang. Danke, Version.
Das ist der Extended Version, ja.
So this indeed was the long version of the anthem, and we also want to have a representative of the winning team. Björn Lippold for GP Elite, please join the drivers on the podium. And the rookie winner is already on the podium. It's also Theo Overhaus. So it's time to present the trophies. And for first, it's Sheikh Salman, the CEO here of the Bahrain International Circuit. Thanks for having us here, and please present the trophy to the 2 times winner here that weekend. And we have Horoy Isaac, the project manager of the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. And please give the trophy to Janis Diak and Sadiq Kalavda, member of the Bahrain Motor Federation. Please, the trophy for Flint Schuring was 3rd today. So please come together for a picture for the photographers. And of course we have Björn not without any trophy in his hands. Trophy is by. We need the trophy, of course, one more time for our rookie champion who's already there. Sheikh Salman, please, for the rookie win as well. I mean, when he's winning overall, and the team champion, Björn, who also needs a trophy in his hands for the picture. Thank you very much. So please give a smile to the photographers one more time with all the trophies. Thank you guys, congratulations. Photographers happy? So we continue with a Pro-Am class. Again, great racing. We've seen a spectacular race, and it's on 3rd. Basha Madini from Canada. And in 2nd, we have Søren Sprang, a great race today. See him on the podium from Germany. Søren, congratulations. And again, on the top step of the podium, it's Ahmed Al-Shekhab from Kuwait Racing. Congratulations. And Sheikh Salman, please present the trophy again for our winner. Horoy, one more time. Søren Sprang, who did a great race today, great weekend for him. Sadiq, yes, for 3rd. So, gentlemen, please come together for the picture. Well, everybody's happy, so thank you very much. Congratulations one more time. And we continue with the AM class. We have on 3rd place, Klaus Börninghausen from Germany. Here he is, don't come too late. From Austria, a great qualifying this morning. Great lap, and then he had a little spin, but still 2nd and a great race. Congratulations to Leo Willard. Leo. And like yesterday, the winner, Sebastian Gorga from Italy. Congratulations. Well, and the trophy are presented again. Sheikh Salman, please, for our winner. Great job, 100%. Took both victories, and that after a quite difficult start here for Sebastian. Roy second for Leo Willett. Sadik, yes, we have a trophy for Klaus. But he didn't want to be lapped, and that worked out 2 times. So congratulations, guys. Please come together on the first step of the podium for the photographers.
The last button is the very important GCC. Khalid lacht und das zwar kriegt, aber es steht irgendwo auf der Strecke und man schafft es nicht. Das sind nur die ersten 2 Tage.
Okay. Congratulations, guys. And last but not least, the GCC category for our local drivers. And as we have seen, Khalid Al-Ahmadi had some kind of problems the end of the race, so we won't see him here on the stage, but on second it's his teammate. So congratulations to Saud Al-Saud one more time for a great race. And again on the podium, we see you many times this weekend here on the podium. Ahmed Al-Shirab, congratulations.
Say mashallah. Say mashallah. Mashallah. Say mashallah.
So we just need 2 trophies now. Congratulations one more time, and hurray for Saud Al-Saud. Well, these guys know each other from the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. Please come together for a photograph. So, gentlemen, I think now it's time to bring all the drivers together to the podium for a last picture. So please share the stage with us, everyone. Janne, Theo, Flint, Søren. Time for the last picture, and I say thank you very much. Merry Christmas. See you next year.
Audio check. Test. Ready? Let's go.
Ready for a new era
of racing in the Middle East.
6 rounds of competition. More excitement.
Let out into the new season.
We are the first generation.
Ready to get started.
We are
the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East.
Hello, race fans. Here we are at the Bahrain International Circuit, amazing circuit, one of the best in the world, for the fourth race of this F4 Saudi Arabia Trophy event. This is Luca Filippi. Here with me we have Marcello Puglisi.
Welcome all the people that are with us already, ready to go for this last race of the weekend. So, Luca, can we make a balance about what we have seen so far about the racing between all the driver and the level of the driver that I think was getting little by little always better, and all of them were closer performance-wise, I mean.
So, yeah, let's have a look first at the grid for this race number 4 with Jabor bin Hassan Al Thani on pole position. First row with him, P2 with Abdulaziz Al Tayyar. Second row, Omar Al Walid Al Derayan. And fourth position with Faisal Al Kabani. So these two guys can have a real shot today for a potential race podium. Third row with Amna Al Kubaizi on the podium today in the race 2. And Montego Massen is also going to be one of the contenders today. And then fourth row for the rookies, Kirill Kuskov and Saker Al-Moesheri. Noskar Wurz in P9 and Namda Al-Kubaizi closing the top 10. And we go for 11, Federico Arifai. He was just the winner of race 3. Abdulaziz Abutenada. And 13 for Suleiman Zamfari, who retired in race 3, but was the winner of race 2. So, just to resume, we had 7 different drivers on the podium so far, which is amazing. It means that the level is really even of these guys, and we could have even more new drivers in this very last race of the weekend. So the level has been incredible. We've seen great racing and battles until now, so we're really looking forward to race number 4, Marcello.
All the drivers now are going on the grid, trying to line up on their start position. Like we already have been saying this morning, the race number 2 and race number 4 of the weekend are starting with the reverse grid of the previous race. Of course, with only the driver that took all the laps, so they are in the lap of the leader of the previous race. So it means that this race with the reverse grid over the results of race 3. That's why Federico Arifai starting in the back, and just Abu Zinada and Zamfari didn't all the lap of the race. Green now, we are going for the formation lap where Jabor bin Hassan Al Thani will take the lead and will warm up the tires. So on this lap, the driver will have to be really good on warming up the brake and waving a little bit on the straight. We have just seen here the Porsche Cup race that is going to use a different kind of tires on this circuit, so for them even going a little bit too much outside the line, maybe it's not the best. They might get a little bit of pickup over their Pirelli tires, but look, it's the last race of this amazing race weekend, so let me first of all say thanks to all the people that were organizing this amazing weekend, all the people that made this possible, and of course thanks to all the sponsors that made this possible. And it's a huge thing going on. There will be a lot of more people coming for the next race of the next weekend, so we are already looking forward to next weekend, and we will have a lot of people coming from all over the world again that are going to fill all the spots on the grid of this really nice Formula 4 Saudi Arabia. So it's amazing to see how it started, and I'm looking forward to see how we're going to end up to the last race of the season. And I think it will be always better, and even the skill of the driver will be better little by little up to the last race of the season.
Yeah, we couldn't have had a better circuit to start with in Bahrain. Amazing circuit. Great cars, the best package of Formula 4 in the world, the Tatus, Autotecnica and Pirelli tires, and is managed by the one team, just a single team, and this is giving all the drivers the same opportunity on track in order to try and do the best results possible with the team Meritus. And here we are going almost to the end of the formation lap, ready to race. The first guy on top in the first row, literally they came here with very little experience, but through the testing days and the session they got faster and faster, and it's amazing the improvement they had so far. So I think they have to be really proud of themselves, both Jabor bin Hassan Al Thani and Abdulaziz Al Tayyar. And the second row we have Omar Al-Waled Al-Darayan, that has been incredible fast in race 2 this morning, so we expect a lot from him, and Faisal Al-Kabani, that was on podium in race 2 in second position. So both of these guys, they could make the best out of their good starting position. Then Amnar Kubaizi, also on the podium in this morning in second race, and Montego Massen, that has been super quick in the testing, and we has been a little unlucky, but we expect him also fighting for the podium. And then everybody else lining up, almost ready for the last race of the weekend of the F4 Saudi Arabian Trophy event here in Bahrain. All is ready, all the cars lined up, green flag behind the grid. Engine revving up, lights on sequence, and we go racing now in Bahrain. A little slow start from Al Thani, great start from Omar, and we have number 7 stalled on the grid. So great start from Anna
had a great
Kubaizi.
start. She's taking the lead at 3-1. What a great start for her.
Omar is trying to get and stick it to the outside. Let's see what happens. I'm now on the top. I'm in P1. I'm in P1 with Omar trying to follow the slipstream, get in the tow, and then Jabor in P3. And 66.
Montego is overtaking now. Jabor Montego Massen is overtaking now at T4. Jabor bin Hassan Al Thani for the third step on the podium. Really good start for him as well. Actually, the best start I've seen so far was the one of Amna, that from FIFO. Big crash down there.
So you were the two guys starting in the first row. It was with Jabor and Abdulaziz colliding together in the chicane. So it looked like both drivers are fine. So for sure, all the drivers, both of them are doing okay. But the damage of there was a damage on the car of Abdulaziz. So let's see if the race direction has to go in the safety car. But in the meantime, we have Omar getting the lead of the race. Omar in P1, into turn 11, he went to the inside of Amna Al-Kubaisi.
Safety car now.
Safety car now, safety car now. So drivers slow down, slow down, slow down. Oscar Booth, slow down. Okay, so everybody have seen, the safety car sign around the track. So we have out of the race, we have Abdulaziz that went out, and now we are gonna see the replay of the accident. Here we have the two cars colliding together, so we can see the end of the accident with definitely Abdulaziz Abu Zenada colliding with the Jabor Al-Thani, and luckily both of them, they are fine and out of the car, but definitely the car number 33 is damaged, so we have to see how much it takes for the marshals to recover the car.
We are missing for the moment even Federico Arifai car that is not anymore with the pack of all the other people. Federico was one of the top finishers in the last races. He's stopping right after T2.
Yeah.
We can see his car from the drone at the moment, so we lost actually 3 cars in the first lap. There were many contacts. So far the race has been quite fair between all the drivers, and unfortunately for the last race they were trying to give it all, maybe sometimes too much, so we had a couple of crashes during the first lap, and I don't know what happened to Arifai car, but at the moment he's standing right after T2, and so this safety car might take a little bit longer than what we were expecting. At this moment we know even the rule that you can see that there is a rear flag, rear wing down there right after T7 on the exit on the outside, so the marshal will have to take away all the debris after the collision between 2 cars. Jabor bin Hassan Al-Thani still standing in the car waiting for help to get out from his car. So like we already said during the previous race, for this championship, the organization decided to have a little bit different rule regarding the safety car, so trying to get the more races possible, so the race control can decide to give up to 3 laps more if the race is gonna be too much right behind the safety car. This is in order to let all the people race as much as they can, not trying to have a race that is gonna be held all right behind the safety car. Another really bad start is the one from Faisal Al-Kabani that was starting in the second row. He was standing during the start, so he had to try to follow the other people. Now is catching up all the other cars. Is in 10th position.
Yeah, so unfortunately Faisal is stalled on the grid, and luckily everybody were able to avoid him at the start, but now he caught the pack, so he still have the opportunity to try and recover some positions. Shame that he was in a position to fight for a podium. So fortunately we have retired Federico Arifai, and then Al-Tayyar and Al-Thani as well, that they had the contact together just 2 laps ago, and for this point of view, it has been the only contact that we have seen a little bit harder over the course of the weekend. It has been a trouble-free weekend so far, with fair maneuvers, very little contacts in between the cars, and we're getting into the last race of the weekend, so everybody's getting excited, and also the reverse grid is of course somehow getting extra excitement to all the guys that are trying and make a position as quick as possible. So we have the safety car leading with Omar Al-Waled Al-Derayan that was just able to overtake Amna Al-Kubaizi few seconds before the entrance of the safety car. So that was a good timing because he's giving him the opportunity to lead the pack behind the safety car.
So we have now one more lap behind the safety car where we can see just right in the back of all the people that are following the safety car. There is there are the marshals that are ready putting in safe havens the car on turn 3. So it looks like over there everything now it's okay. We are going now to turn 4, then to the fast section when the driver are changing direction, 5th gear, 4th or 5th gear, depending their way of approaching to this corner. And then here on the outside, right before, there were some spare parts just going outside of the line. Now everything seems to be better at the moment, so we might be back in green flag really soon, and hopefully we will be able to see another amazing race like the one we have seen so far, with all the drivers fighting for the podium. At the moment, Omar Al-Waled Al-Derayan is still leading the race in front of Amna Al-Kubaizi and Montego Massen, that is on the podium for the moment, P3 for him. It could be really a good solution for him, try to end up in the podium, because he was really quick during the free practice. He didn't do really well during qualifying, didn't put everything together, but we know that he is really quick and he can fight for the podium for sure in this race. Right behind him, the winner of the first race, Oscar Wurz and Saker Al-Mosherji, that got a really good podium on the first race of this Formula 4 Saudi Arabia trophy. The safety car is arriving now at the second last corner. We will see if they are already ready to turn off the light.
Potentially,
still the lights on.
Yes,
we don't have
still lights on and lights off. Lights off. So Omar should now leave some more space to the safety car. The safety car is speeding up and is going back to the pits. And Omar, so leader for the first time in a Formula 4 race. Incredible driver with only karting experience so far. Ready to restart. Amna really close to him. Is the pack racing with a train of cars. What a fight from the line. Omar is leading the race. Amna Al-Kubaizi really close to him on his tail. And in P3, Massen and Wurz trying to go on the inside. Let's see what happens in the first braking. Omar in the lead. Second is for Wurz trying to go on the inside of Amna Al-Kubaizi. Amna resisted the inside, so she keeps P2. In the meantime, Omar gets a little bit of space in between himself and the rest of the pack, with Oscar Wurz getting the slipstream and going the inside now. Wurz going for the inside, braking inside. Yeah, he makes a stick, and Amna in third position. Massen fourth.
What a great restart from Oscar Wurz. What a great restart for him. He was able to take the toe of Massen, and then he was overtaking the driver in third position. And he was even trying to overtake even Amna Al-Kubaizi, that now had to defend his position, but Montego tried to overtake her on the inside at T8. Now they are side by side with Al-Kubaizi on the inside. On the outside, we have Massen that is trying to take the fourth position over the Gur that is still in P3 at the moment. Yes, they just went out from T10, and now we are on the back straight where Oscar Wurz is trying to take the toe. Oscar Wurz is really on fire. He's trying to getting closer to Omar Al-Derayan. Watch out, because over there on the inside, Massen that is trying to overtake. A nice move by Amna Al-Kubaizi.
Puncher for Amna. Is
what
it?
A shame.
Or a misgear? Something is wrong. She's losing places. What's wrong with Amna? Hopefully it's not a problem, but we have in third place now Montego Massen, followed by Zanfari, Suleiman Zanfari. So it looks like Amna, she's still in the pack, so maybe she just got a little bit in the marble and she lost control of the car for a couple of corners. Still in trouble, Amna. So she's finding a bit of hard time to keep her car on the track. What a fight here on the main straight. We have Zamfari attacking Maassen. And
watch out for Hamda on the inside over Kirill Kuskov that is trying to maintain his position. Hamda and Amna, now they are trying to overtake both. The Russian driver that at the moment is in P6. Watch out even for P3 because Maassen is trying to defend over Zamfari that is trying to take the outside at T4. Maassen is still in front of him. The Moroccan driver is trying to hard overtaking on the change of direction on the inside. Now we have Zamfari that I think he took the third position. Yes, he did it. Now he's in third position. Was a nice move from him, overtaking Maassen that is trying to defend over Amosherji that is trying to overtake him. Maassen was pulled a little bit over the dirty line. Now he has to clean the tire before he can push again and try to defend his position. We are arriving in the break in a really tight battle between Almosherji and Maassen that has to give his position to Almosherji that was able to overtake Maassen. We are arriving to the back straight with Oscar Wurz that it's really close to the back of Omar Aldebaran car. Oscar Wurz is really on fire, the fastest car on track at the moment. He did a purple even in the first sector, purple even in the second sector. So he will put together what an amazing lap. They are pulling away from all the other, taking advantage even over the battle for the podium. At the moment, Suleiman Zamfari that is going on the limit on the curb on the outside of the second last corner. In the meanwhile, Abdulaziz Abuzenada has to go back to the box.
So in the meantime, Zamfari was able to make a little bit of gap from him to the rest of the group, and now we have Wurz really close to Omar. Wurz is really close. Omar is defending the position on the inside, but Wurz is behind him. Wurz on the outside. He's trying to break on the outside. Omar still first. Wurz preparing the exit. Now we will have a long straight from 3 to turn 4, where Wurz is going to try and get the slipstream of Omar Aldebaran.
Now we are arriving with both the car at the braking point at T4. Oscar Wurz is trying to take the lead of this race. They are side by side. Oscar Wurz over the curb. Omar Aldebaran is now on the inside of the next corner, but Wurz might have an advantage for the next one again.
What a battle! What a battle
kids.
Side by side for 3 corners. Omar is the inside for now. Come on, guys, amazing show. Wow. This is fantastic. Thank you so much.
Wow, what a fair and nice battle between these two cars. Now Wurz should have a better line and will overtake Omar. What a battle, Luca. Oh, this was incredible.
Yeah, this is amazing. I mean, this is what we were looking forward to see. And thank you, guys. That was an amazing show. You did 5 corners all together, side by side, racing hard and giving each other space. So now I think what Omar Aldebaran should do is to try and focus and stay close to Wurz and focus on his driving in order to have a pace and taking the slipstream in order to keep the gap to the group behind, because also Suleiman Zamfari is coming up fast. The fastest lap for the moment is for Oscar Wurz with a 2:06.7, which is a really fast lap. But Omar, it looks like he has the pace to stay with him. So the slipstream, as we said, the toe is really strong in this circuit with a long straight.
I don't know if you noticed that, Luca, but Oscar Wurz was turning off the rain light, trying to tell Omar, I think, something like you say, try to go away together to pull up from all the other cars so we can fight each other just at the end of the race. That will be the best strategy for them. But we will keep an eye over the lap time because, of course, with the overtake, Oscar Wurz was quite quick. But on the last lap, Suleiman Zamfari was able to close a little bit the gap over the previous one. So now they are with a 2.6 difference over the leader. these two cars are trying to maintain their leadership and try to go away from Suleiman Zamfari and Sakir Al-Mosherji. They did a really good lap time over the last lap, but watch out because Montego Masson did the purple in the first sector, so he didn't give up on the possibility that he want to maintain alive or getting again the third step on the podium. We can see that all these three cars are really close to each other. Just the first two cars are pulling away. Keep an eye on the first sector where we have Oscar Wurz that did a 40.2 and Omar Alderayyan basically did the same lap time. They gained 1/10 over Suleiman Zamfari. That had to keep an eye over there, over his mirror, because Sakir Al-Mosherji is really quick over in the first sector, and Montego Masson, like I already told, made a purple in that sector. Now we're going to the end of the second sector. Just keep an eye on that. 54.6, that is amazing lap time in the second sector for Oscar Wurz. The best overall is pulling away even from Omar Alderayyan. Has to keep the car really close to the one of the Austrian, otherwise he will lose the F-tech of the toe, especially on the main straight and on the back straight. Now we are going through the last braking point where Suleiman Zamfari is still maintaining the third position over all the other cars that are trying to getting really close to him. And Oscar Wurz with a 2:06.7 is pulling away. What a lap from the Austrian. He's trying to give it all for this last 3 laps that are missing until the end of this race. 2.7 for all the other people on the grid. Oscar Wurz again is fast as he was in the first race. He's taking the lead and now he's trying to increasing his advantage over all the other cars. It's really driving like there's no limit. And in the meanwhile, we see that there is a warning flag for Oscar Wurz that didn't respect the track limit, so he had to pay attention for these 3 laps to go. Well, actually, it might be
4
even
laps
4.
to go. Yeah, there is an additional lap, so 4 laps to go for Wurz. He has to focus on his driving. No more mistakes are allowed, because otherwise he will have automatically a 5 seconds penalty, which, you know, in a pack race like this, he will end up in losing several positions, actually up to P5. So 5 seconds now, it will cost for him 5 places. So he has to focus. But Omar is really fast. He's doing the same lap times as the following group, which is a 2:07 low. So great job from him. And Wurz is trying to pull away, but remember that he doesn't have any more mistakes available. Then we can see for this moment in P8 Abda Al-Kubaizi, and definitely all the fight that there were a few laps ago, they hurt a little bit her race, and now she's on P8 trying to get back into the following group. And Faisal, unfortunately, Al-Kabani, Faisal, he had a slow start today and couldn't really keep up with the leaders when he definitely had an opportunity to have another podium after this morning race 2 podium.
Still looking at the pace of all the drivers, I'm amazed how they are really close to each other. That's crazy how these drivers now are driving so well on the circuit. All the drivers are running on the 207 low. Just Montego is the quickest car on track at the moment, so he's trying to close the gap with Sakir Al-Mosherji. So Montego still has hope to get back that podium that he was maintaining up to the 7th lap, where he had to led by Sakir Al-Mosherji and Suleiman Zamfari. But Montego, we know that it's really fast driver, so he will try to get closer. We have still 3 laps to go, so he will try to get closer. But it's not the only one. Actually, looking at the approach of T8, we can see that Omar Alderayyan is really aggressive on braking, so he's trying to not losing at all the pace he had in the first part of the race. Actually, it's even getting closer corner by corner to Oscar Wurz that did a really good lap time a couple of laps ago, but now it's a little bit slower than Alderayyan. So it's getting really close now, even in the back straight.
I don't know if seeing maybe the warning on the board coming on the main straight for Oscar, if he felt he had to sort of give himself a couple of tenths of extra, being careful for not you know, having the track limited anymore, because otherwise that will result in a potential penalty. But Omar is really on the pace, super quick, and like you say, he looks like very confident under braking, pushing very hard, very aggressive, good driving, and he still has an opportunity. And now it will be 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. So guys, you have another 2 laps to try and get the best result possible with Oscar Wurz in P1 and Omar Alvaled Alderayyan in P2, and Zamfari, it looks like he's trying to secure his podium finish in P3.
You can see that Oscar Helmet is trying to look in the mirror to understand at the moment where is Omar Alderayyan, because it's getting really close, especially in the last lap. He gained again 110 over the Austrian driver that was leading the race. So right after he found that he had to watch out for the track limit, he just gave up a little bit on his pace, or maybe just trying to save the tires. From the outside, it's really not easy to judge, but we can see that the battle is not over. Even for the 4th place with Massen, that he tried to get closer little by little, corner by corner, over Sakir Al-Mosherji, that is in 4th position in the last lap. Actually, the fastest driver on track was Suleiman Zamfari, that had a really great first part of the race, overtaking a lot of car coming from the back of the grid. Now it's in 3rd position. So after the one on the 2nd race of this morning, he is able again to get back to the podium. So congratulations to him. Actually, what we saw so far, the best battle we have seen since the first race. I think it's the one between Wurz and Alderayyan. They were side by side for 4 corners, really fair. This is the race we want to see, Luca.
Oh yes, that has been amazing. We will definitely record a little video of that lap and keep it for ourselves, for the record of this championship, because it is a fantastic way to start with 2 drivers, super young, super talented, super aggressive, but fair. So it was amazing to watch, and we still have 1 lap and 1 corner to go, with Oscar that just managed to build a 5/10 gap, which sounds little, but it's already better than nothing. And 5/10 of a second for him, leading into the final lap, with Oscar in the lead and Omar very close to him, taking a slipstream. Is a lap to go, and still there is an opportunity for him to try and get a potential first win, but definitely a potential first podium. In the meantime, we have Montego Massen on the gearbox of Sakir Al-Mosherji.
On the last lap, Oscar Wurz was able to pull a little bit away from Omar Alderayyan with a 7-0. He was gaining 310. Maybe it was just that yo-yo effect that Hamza this morning was talking about during his race, his 3rd race. Well, her 3rd race, sorry. And we are able to see how Suleiman was still closing a little bit the gap over these 2 up to the last lap. But in the first sector, actually the quickest between all these 3 cars been Omar Alderayyan. He was closing again one more time the lap in the first sector, really good sector for him. And keep an eye on Montego Massen, that was trying to overtake Sakir Al-Mosherji at the break-in. At the first corner, he just moved on the inside, but then Al-Mosherji just closed the door and was able to maintain his 4th position. In the back, we have Hamda Al-Kubaisi, that overtook her sister at the moment for the 7th position with a lap time 7.1. Again, even for all the field, he is running as always in the same lap time. Really good job for all the people on the grid at the moment. We keep still looking at Oscar Wurz, how he's going around the last sector of this circuit. He still had a little bit of margin to improve and to pull away from Omar Alderayyan. Really good job for these 2 people that are leading the race from the very beginning, with Oscar Wurz that is now looking in the mirror, try to close the door in front of Omar Alderayyan. And we are back for the final lap. We are back for the last meter for these two drivers. Checkered flag for Oscar Wood, the second win over this wonderful weekend. The second win for him. And really, really good job for Omar Al-Walid Al-Devayan, rookie, but on the podium. And great job even for Suleiman Zamfari.
Yeah, so Oscar Wurz is our first double winner. Amazing job from him. The first guy to win 2 races in the same weekend. So I think he couldn't ask for a better start of this championship. Really strong place, really strong pace. And he's pointing the finger also to Omar, saying, good job as well. And yeah, I mean, it was such of an amazing fight. We really enjoyed it, watching how they were able to fight side by side, fair and square. Once there was one of the two having the inside, and then the opportunity to stay in front, and then a corner after, it was the other way around. So definitely a fantastic way to finish this racing weekend for us, with an amazing battle and also 8 different drivers on the podium, on the overall podium. I think this is incredible. Out of 12 potential places we have on the podium, because it's 4 races and 3 places on the podium. So having 8 different drivers, it means a lot. It means how tough is the championship, how the fight is tight, is hard, and it's competitive. So really thanks all the drivers for this great driving. We had 1 safety car to start the race, with the contact, unfortunately, of Jabor bin Hassan Al Thani and Abdulaziz Al Tayyar, that they were starting in the first row. They were battling for the first position when unfortunately they had a contact, and the race was finished. No consequences, of course, for the drivers, and little consequences for the car. But for the rest, it was a very clean and nice fight through the race. Definitely good recover from Suleiman Zamfari from the back of the grid to P3. He made the most out of the start and the first lap, and then he was able to overtake Montego Massen and Saker Al-Mosherji. Great fight for P4 as well, between these two, Saker and Montego. Definitely a strong weekend for these guys, and Kirill Kustov is a great talent, karting OK world champion, with another top 6 finish.
What a battle. That was insane.
Yeah, what a race, what a battle, definitely. Oscar Wurz coming out of the car, really happy, P1 for you. Yes, you made it, you won again, great job, really clever driving. He waited for the right time to get through the field and finally get the top spot, the top position. We're gonna hear from him very soon. Definitely we'll see a happy face, a smiley guy, after what it looks like a very promising weekend of the Formula 4 Saudi Arabian Championship. Here he is, taking off the helmet.
Good job, Oscar. Congratulations.
Yeah, let's hear what he has to say.
Oscar Wurz, another win this race weekend, so you won the first and the last of the weekend. But I want to ask you about the battle you had with Omar. That was crazy to watch. I was from the inside.
For me, it was crazy. After the safety car, I had a really, my first start was really good, and the safety car restart was also really good. Then I was battling with Omar. I didn't think he'd fight so hard, but I had to put my best moves out just to overtake him. And then after I overtook him, he stayed behind me and was really fast, and I was like really nervous, you know, like he kept me on my toes, you know, I couldn't stop pushing. But yeah, he did an amazing race for him too, and yeah.
Well, I saw that when you got in front of him, you turned on your rain light and off. What did that mean?
I was trying to say, like, come on, let's push forwards, because the cars behind were catching up. So I was like, come on, like, I wanted him to work with me, but obviously in racing, you know, no drivers work together. So just to play with his mind a bit, you know.
Congratulations, Oscar. Good job.
So, amazing insight we just heard from Oscar Wurz, telling us that just trying to hear from them. Yeah, and now definitely want to hear what the other contender has to say.
Omar, second place on the race today. Were you hoping to arrive already so high from the first weekend?
Well, my hopes are high. I'm always aiming to win. Starting P3, getting up to P1, got a little unlucky with the safety car that brought the pack closer. But nevertheless, it was an awesome fight with Oscar. I stayed on him the whole race, just I couldn't get close enough.
Just tell us about that fight that you were side by side for, I don't know, like 5 corners or something more? How was from the inside?
Well, from the cockpit, it was just trying to see where he is, trying to give him enough space, firm but fair, and we just gave each other enough space, and he was able to pinch me out. But I drove my heart out there. I tried my best.
You did a really good job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow, what a comeback, huh?
Absolutely amazing stuff for these two. They put on a great show. What a battle that gave Wurz his second win of the weekend and gave Omar his first podium in Formula 4.
Suleiman, what a great comeback from the back of the grid. Now you are on the podium. Tell us how it was overtaking so many cars during the race.
Allora, durante la gara ho iniziato ultimo perché avevo un problema con la frizione. Peccato che non abbiamo vinto quella gara, però sono stato con la mentalità fredda, non ho mai mollato. La partenza è stata caotica, ho fatto del mio meglio di evitare tutti gli incidenti, la partenza era buona. Dopo c'è stato 4 giri di safety car a 3, però il restart era buono, sono stato sveglio come sempre, ho dato del mio massimo e voglio ringraziare specialmente il mio fisicale allenatore Gabriel Viera, mio coach di guida Adrian David, mio papà e mio sponsor Kaiyan e tutti per questi risultati lavoro, e sono molto confidente per l'anno prossimo per questo campionato e vado a vincere.
Okay, so great race. Thank you for everything. So I was really happy about the race. It was a great comeback, and I was really thankful to hold the sponsor and his team.
So definitely talking to Marcello, he felt like making Marcello comfortable with the Italian, and thank you Suleiman Zamfari, and yeah, amazing stuff from him as well. We have the classification of today. Oscar Wurz, winner of the race. Omar Al-Waled Al-Darayan in P2, first podium for him. Suleiman Zamfari in P3, then P4 for Saker Al-Mosherji, another strong race for him over the weekend. P5 Montego Maassen, very close to his first podium finish. And Kirill Kutskov, okay, world champion in P6. Then Amda Al-Kubaisi, and struggling a little bit today after the difficult start, and innate Amna Al-Kubaisi. Then closing the top 10 with Faisal Al-Kabani and Abdulaziz Abu Zenada. These are the top 10 from today. In 11, Jabor bin Altani, unfortunately having contact with Abdulaziz Altayar, and Federico Rifai also retiring at the beginning of the first lap after a win, a very strong win in the third race of the weekend. So Marcello's back. I was down there. It was really nice to hear from the first two about their battle, about their feelings. How was?
Yeah, Luca, it's really good when you can see that both the drivers are ending up in the podium, are happy with their position, especially after that battle that was really amazing. It was remember me 1982, I think, Villeneuve battle side by side for many corners. So it's really nice to see the drivers so happy about their race, and it was really good to see how the feeling of going on with this championship were for everyone.
Race highlights now of this amazing race. Yeah, so another amazing race, the fourth race of the weekend. Really, really good racing, good fight, and 8 different drivers on the overall podium. Wow. What else?
Well, yeah, so it means that the level of all the people is really close to each other, and you could see even from the lap time how they were all the time matching more or less the lap time of the other people. Just a couple of drivers were a little bit faster, but not every lap, so it could change. They could do maybe a little mistake, and the one that was just behind was able to catch up and try to move and try to see if he could gain one position. So it's really good. The level of the championship it's quite high. It means that when for the next races we'll have more drivers on the grid, we will see even more fight going on, and let's hope that all the time this fight will be fair as the one we have seen between Wurz and Alder-Rayyan. That was really, really nice to see during this amazing race.
So let me say that for some of these guys with their experience and their background, we could expect such a performance, but I think for the rest, it really tells that if we give talented guys the right tools, the right people around, the right cars as well, and the right opportunity to equally fight against the other, they can learn in such a short time. Because, in a week since we've been there, they have been improving so much and learning so much, and now some of them are already at the level of the best, which it really means that giving the opportunities to fight equally, it's the answer, is the right thing.
And don't forget, Luca, that the concept of this championship is that if someone is doing the quickest lap time, he has to share his video and data with all the other people. So that is the thing that is going to help more each other to getting faster and better in such a short time. So I think that is the right formula to build up the talent of young kids that are coming from go-karting and want to aim for, of course, Formula One that everybody is dreaming for.
Yeah, so just to underline what you said, for the records, we have been following these guys since we arrived here, going through the videos, like you say, going through the data, doing exercises to train them and get them ready with all the procedures, starting procedure, safety car procedure, and some of them they had to really start from zero, and we helped them through the weekend, and it's impressive to see how they all behave professionally. So now onto the podium. Finally, with Very happy Zanfari in P3. Handed the trophy from Peter Thompson. Really happy Zanfari. And Omar Alvalet Alderayan in P2. What a race from him. What a race. Really fantastic race. And P1 for Oscar Wurz, race winner. Second win for him in the weekend. What a weekend. And here we have the rookies. Montego, Maassen in P3 for the rookies. And P2 for Saker Al-Mosherji. And the winner of the rookies is Omar Alderayan. So,
National Austrian Anthem.
Thank everybody. I mean, what a race weekend. On the podium, we also have the promoters, Peter Thompson, and his business partner, Mohamed Abdul Javad, that we see here with the drivers, proud team owner. Before, we also had his brother, Rad Abdul Javad, presenting the trophies in the third race. And here we have a very happy group of drivers after a very successful weekend from them. So we have to thank all the drivers and all the promoters for making this happen, and we're looking forward to the Formula 4 Saudi Arabian Championship. That's all. Good night from Luca Filippi
and Marcello Puglisi.
Thank you. See you next time.